Good morning, California, and welcome to our Community of Interest Input meeting this Saturday, July 31st, 2021. So before we get started, I'd like to welcome everyone and thank you for tuning in to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's Community of Interest Input meeting. I'm Commissioner Lamons, and I will be co-chairing today's meeting with Commissioner Kennedy. Marcy, if you could take roll call.
Thank you. Commissioner Ahmad, Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Fornishari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Lamons.
Present.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sinai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Vazquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Chair, the roll call is complete.
Thank you very much, Marcy. I will start by sharing a little bit about the commission. Every 10 years after the federal government publishes updated census information, California must redraw the boundaries of its congressional, state senate, state assembly, and state board of equalization districts so that the districts correctly reflect the state's population. In 2008, California voters authorized the creation of the commission when they passed the Voters First Act. It authorized the commission to draw the new district lines for the state senate, state assembly, and state board of equalization districts. In 2010, the Congressional Voters First Act added the responsibility of drawing congressional districts to the commission. The 14-member commission is made up of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 4 not affiliated with either of those parties. The commission must draw the district lines in conformity with strict nonpartisan rules designed to create districts of relatively equal population that will provide fair representation for all Californians. When we receive census data, the commission begins drawing maps using 6 line drawing criteria as outlined in the California Constitution. One of these is minimizing the division of counties, cities, neighborhoods, and communities of interest to the extent possible. We can obtain the city and county information from those jurisdictions, but we need the neighborhood and communities of interest information from Californians directly. That's why we have launched these communities of interest input sessions to give that valuable information, to get that valuable information from you directly. We encourage all Californians to participate in this process. If you would rather submit community of interest input over the internet, you can do so from our website or by visiting drawmycacommunity.org. Again, that's drawmycacommunity.org. Skip the line, go online. Now I will call on all commissioners to introduce themselves and to say hello. To see the biographies of all 14 commissioners for additional information or to sign up for our emails, please visit our website at wedrawthelineca.org. Please also follow the Community Citizens Redistricting Commission on social media. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube at wedrawthelineca. Again, that's at wedrawthelineca. There you will find a lot of useful information about redistricting and updates from the California Commission. So with that, I'd like to begin having our group introduce ourselves. We'll start with Commissioner Ahmed.
Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to spend this Saturday with you all learning more about communities from across California and specifically Zone I.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Good morning, California. Happy Saturday. So we are happy to be here with you, and we're looking forward to all of the stories that you have to tell us about the Riverside San Bernardino Inland Empire region.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Good morning, California, and particularly those living in San Bernardino and Riverside counties who want to share their communities of interest with us today. I'm coming to you from Berkeley, California, slightly different climate right now, and I look forward to hearing from you today. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Buenos días, California. Soy Alicia Fernández del condado de Yolo. Quiero ir especialmente de los que viven en los condados de Riverside y San Bernardino. Good morning, California. I'm Alicia Fernandez from Yolo County. I'm excited to hear about all of the residents and people in Riverside and San Bernardino counties.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari.
Good morning, California, and especially San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I'm Neil Fornashari, coming to you from Tracy, California, and San Joaquin County. I'm looking forward to hearing from you all about what's important to you with regards to redistricting. Thanks for joining us.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Good morning and happy Saturday to everyone. I'm calling in this morning from my home in beautiful La Cañada, California, right in the gateway to the Angeles National Forest. I had the opportunity this morning to get in a hike before we started our meeting. Very happy to be here. My day job, I work at Pomona College, which is just on the cusp of LA County and San Bernardino County. So looking forward to hearing more about your communities of interest in the Inland Empire. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai.
Saludos, California, especialmente mis vecinos al norte en el Inland Empire. Es un honor servirles desde San Diego. Soy Patricia Sinai. Good morning, California, especially my neighbors in the Inland Empire. It is an honor to serve you from San Diego. I'm Patricia Sinai.
Commissioner Toledo.
Buenos dias. Good morning, Riverside and San Bernardino. I'm Pedro Toledo, and I'm coming to you from Petaluma, California. The heart of wine country. I'm looking forward to hearing all about your community of interest information, and hope to spend a great morning with you. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Good morning, California. I am Trina Turner, and I'm coming to you today from the beautiful San Joaquin Central Valley. Looking forward to hearing from each and every one of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Vazquez.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Angela Vazquez. I am coming to you today from Los Angeles, but as I'm sure many of you have heard before, I am an IE girl at heart. So I'm very excited to hear from folks in my hood today. Thanks.
Commissioner Yee.
Good morning, California, and especially San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I'm Russell Yee here in my hometown of Oakland. A special greeting to anyone at the University of Redlands who's listening in, and the Department of Geographic Information Science, world-class mapping program there. We'd love to hear from you.
And my esteemed co-chair, Commissioner Kennedy.
I'm on audio on my phone. The computer is having connection problems, but yes, I am here. I'm Ray Kennedy. I'm trying to join this morning from my home in beautiful Morongo Valley, one of the Joshua Tree Gateway communities in southern San Bernardino County. But being a rural community, we don't have the greatest internet service here, but I will certainly be doing my best. Looking forward to hearing from folks in Riverside and San Bernardino counties about what makes their community special to them. So thank you very much. Sorry for the connectivity problems, but I'll continue to do my best.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. And we all understand, and those Californians that live in rural communities certainly understand. I am Antonio Lamons, who will be co-chairing the meeting with Commissioner Kennedy today. I'm coming to you proudly from Riverside County today, and really looking forward to hearing from all of our Californians from the area, as well as throughout the state. This meeting is primarily for communities of interest testimony focused on San Bernardino and Riverside counties and surrounding areas. However, anyone in California can call to provide input. General public comment will take place at the end of the meeting today. Although the commission has divided up California into 11 zones, that is in no way related to or reflective of redistricting lines or boundaries. The commission created those zones to assist commissioners and staff in their outreach efforts only, not as an indication of planned boundaries. Today, we're joined by our line drawing team from Haystack DNA and Q2 Data and Research, who will be displaying a map of the area that attendees describe. Please start with the area you would like to discuss and be as specific as possible about the boundaries of where your community is located. It is our goal to find the area on the map you would like to discuss prior to your testimony. If you are within a specific neighborhood of a large city, please mention it by name. Once we are able to locate your area, your time will begin. Attendees will not be able to share their screen. Excuse me. We're also joined by Katie, our comment moderator, who will be introducing attendees when it's their turn to speak. And later, we will be joined by a Spanish-English interpreter. That will be at 1 o'clock. When you join the meeting, please use the raised hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the queue. If you have registered for a time slot, we encourage you to call in during your appointment time slot. When it is your time to speak, Katie, our comment moderator, will be identifying you by your assigned unique ID number. You will be reconnected to the session with the ability to enable your own video and/or audio. The comment moderator will assign you a speaker order number before you begin speaking. And please make a note of this for future reference. You'll be able to use this number to identify your COI testimony on our website at a future date. The commission will be enforcing a 3-minute time limit for English speakers and a 6-minute time limit for those with an interpreter. There will be a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. At the beginning of your input, you will see a map on the screen. Please remind the mapper what area you would like to see on the screen and be as specific as possible about the boundaries of where your community is located. Registration is not required to participate in this public input meeting. The public has the option of calling in during this meeting to get in the queue to speak. The call-in information and access code is listed on the live stream. If at the conclusion of the meeting, there is still a need to allow for members of the public in the queue to speak, we will continue this community of interest input meeting at a new date and time, and will attempt to schedule the remaining members of the public to speak for the allotted 3 minutes and 6 minutes if there is an interpreter. Please monitor the website as we expect to post a continuation of this agenda within 48 hours if necessary. While there are no clear rules on how to define a community of interest, we've identified ways for you to describe your community. Begin with your county or city. Mention the street names and significant locations in your neighborhood to help us identify the parameters of your community. What are your shared interests? What brings you together? What is important to your community? And there nearby areas you want to be in the district with. Are there nearby areas you don't want to be in the district with? Why or why not? Has your community come together to advocate for important services, better schools, roads, or health centers in your neighborhood? Also, we invite you to use the Community of Interest tool to draw a map and describe your community by visiting drawmycacommunity.org. Again, that's drawmycacommunity.org. Again, you can skip the line and go online and commit your COI input today. We will now begin the public input session, and I will pass this over to Katie, our comment moderator, who has been doing an amazing job all season and looking forward to her efforts today. We will start with people who are registered and then open the phone lines if there are time before the next session.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you so much. Welcome to the public input session. Please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the queue. When it is your turn to speak, you will be identified by your assigned unique ID number, which you were emailed yesterday. You will be reconnected to the session with the ability to enable your own video and/or audio. You will then be assigned a speaker order number before you begin speaking. Please make a note of your speaker order number for future reference. The Commission will be enforcing a 3-minute time limit. There will be warnings at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. It is the Commission's goal to find the area on the map you would like to discuss prior to your testimony. If you are within a specific neighborhood of a large city, please mention it by name. Once we are able to locate your area, your 3-minute testimony will begin. Attendees will not be able to share their screen. At the end of your public input, or at the end of your time, you will be reconnected in a listen and view only mode. At the beginning of your input, please remind the mapper of what area you would like to see on the screen. Right now we will have 006, and then up next in the queue will be 003. 006, I will be promoting you now. 006, your speaker order number will be number 1, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Hi, I would like to discuss Congressional District 36 in Southwest Riverside County. Hello, my name is Joe Tevlowitz, and I'm a community organizer with Planned Parenthood Action Fund of the Pacific Southwest. I'm from the city of Wildomar in Riverside County and have lived here for the past 5 years. I'm here today to request that the Commission keep my community in the Southwest region of Riverside County together. Our city is connected to the surrounding cities of Lake Elsinore, Murrieta, and Temecula by the Interstate 15 freeway. This is a community that shares many of the same shopping destinations, such as the Promenade Shopping Mall in Temecula, and also shares recreational areas, such as local parks, wineries, and the Mulligan's Family Fun Center. Our community receives healthcare from such places as Rancho Springs Medical Center, Loma Linda Medical Center, and Temecula Valley Hospital. You might find members of our community events, such as the Temecula Valley Balloon and Wine Festival, or taking in a baseball game at the Lake Elsinore Diamond Stadium. Our community is also connected by the issues we face, such as the current COVID pandemic, affordable housing, jobs in the area, and homelessness. Our community is different from other parts of Riverside County, such as Coachella Valley, in that we are not a community that's based around agriculture, nor do we shop, work, study, or pray at the same locations as Coachella Valley residents. In addition, our hospitality industry is distinct from that of Coachella Valley, in that we are centered around wine country. I urge the Commission to keep Wildomar with Lake Elsinore, Murrieta, Temecula, and the surrounding southwestern Riverside County cities, and to distance us from the quite different Coachella Valley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now will be 003. Up next will be caller 6168, unique ID code 018. 003, I will be promoting you now. .003, your speaker order number will be number 2. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'd like to discuss the greater Riverside area, the city of Riverside, Moreno Valley, Harris, and Jurupa.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my community of interest testimony. My name is Yolanda Esquivel, and I'm a retired school teacher. I'm a member of LULAC of Riverside, Council 3190, and partnered with Naleo Education Fund. We have lived in Riverside for 27 years, and I am here to request our cities of Riverside, Jurupa Valley, Moreno Valley, and Paris remain united as our community of interest. Our community of interest has the San Bernardino County line to the north. It involves the cities of Riverside, Jurupa Valley, Moreno Valley, Paris, and Highway 215 runs south of these communities. To the east, we have the city of Moreno Valley, the Badland Hills, and Highway 60. To the west, we have Jurupa Valley. We shop in Riverside and in surrounding communities in Moreno Valley and Jurupa because they have stores which cater to Latinos. I retired from Moreno Valley Unified School District. We visit friends and attend Latino festivals in the city of Paris. Riverside is the seat of Riverside County, and the people from the surrounding communities always come to visit the city for business or for entertainment. The area's main industries are healthcare, public administration, and construction. Riverside community leaders have worked with other people representing surrounding cities to build the Cesar Chavez Memorial, the Chich Marin Art Museum, and the Trujillo Adobe Preservation. We honor El Dia de los Muertos and celebrate the Tamal Festival. We also have a yearly free medical clinic, which provides free dental treatments, vision exams, and glasses, and primary care for anyone in need. Riverside is 53% Latino. The white population is 30%, the African American is 6%, and the Asian is 7%. And there are several other ethnicities and nationalities. The main languages spoken here are English, Spanish, and Chinese. As Latinos, we also make up the largest percent of the poverty level. However, in the past 10 years, by working together as communities of color, we have been able to create alliances to help each other. We are making some progress in the education of our children, but we are still struggling with housing, employment, healthcare, and other areas. Therefore, we urge the Commission to please keep our communities of Riverside, Moreno Valley,
30
Paris,
seconds.
and Jurupa. Is that it?
25 seconds remaining.
Oh, okay. And Jurupa Valley together, united, because we do not separate us, because we still have a long way to achieve equity. Again, I sincerely thank all the commissioners.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 6168, unique ID code 018, and then up next in the queue will be 009. Caller 6168, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute on your telephone. Caller 6168, you are unmuted. I have a couple of brief instructions for you. Your speaker order number will be number 3. If you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Okay. If the mapper can zoom in on Norco, and it was similar to the area the last speaker was addressing.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Well, before my time starts as well, I'd like to zoom in so I can get a point of clarification. I don't see the map zoomed in yet.
The live stream is going to be about a minute behind your testimony.
Okay. Before my time starts, I noticed that this map does not have the city of Jurupa Valley identified. So for those of you unfamiliar with the area, the last speaker was speaking of the area that's identified on your map as Mariloma, Glen Avon, and Rubidoux. That's the Jurupa Valley area, Mariloma, Pedley, and Glen Avon. So you should update the map to reflect Jurupa Valley. So
we have that
I will
highlighted for you
myself. Now. Okay. I am former Redistricting Commissioner Jody Silkins Weber. So I currently reside in the city of Norco, which is in western Riverside County. You received a letter from the city of Norco's mayor, Kevin Bash. He highlighted a request to respect the totality of the city of Norco as a community of interest. This may be a bit unusual, as you'll be receiving COI testimony likely from portions of cities to keep whole. However, the city of Norco is unlike any other city in Southern California. The city itself constitutes a community of interest as the entire community of Norco shares its interest in large lot sizes and animal keeping. This is the epitome of what constitutes a community of interest under the Constitution for the purposes of redistricting. A shared social and economic interest such that it requires it to remain whole within a single district for the purposes of effective and fair representation. Our rights to maintain large residential lot sizes and animal keeping are constantly in jeopardy. So I'll let the letter from the mayor speak for itself as it provides more details as to what constitutes our community of interest. But what I also cannot emphasize enough is that because you're going to, you may very well lose sight of small communities such as Norco when you begin to consider whether you will be required to draw a Section 2 district in Riverside County. I suspect that the population required for a Latino Section 2 district will likely cover the city of Riverside itself. And your last speaker actually very poignantly pointed out that when you need to consider drawing population, that population from the surrounding community will likely come from Jurupa Valley to the west and Moreno Valley to the east. But your hard line will be at Norco. The rationale behind that is that the city of Norco already conducted its own study to determine whether it would change its own at-large election system to a district system. And in doing so, there was insufficient Latino population to do it. So then the question becomes, how will you draw the surrounding areas after you complete your Section 2 district? With that in mind, the city of Norco has more in common with the city of Corona to the south. It shares the community school district, the Corona Norco Unified School District, and we just entered into a extension of our cooperation agreement with the city of Norco for our homeless population.
30 seconds remain.
So when you draw your lines around your Section 2 district, consider going down south to the 15. One brief thing I would like to bring up is that the last time we drew the lines for the city of Temecula, city of Temecula was joined and merged with the city of San Diego. So I'm asking you to consider, as you unravel your Section 5 districts above, maintain the Riverside County line at the San Diego County line in the city of Temecula. Thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate seeing all of the commissioners, or at least most of you, participating in the session. And I look.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have unique ID number 009, and up next will be 005. And at this time, I would like to let everyone in the queue know that we are giving priority to the appointments of 001 through 018 for this session. Once we have completed those, we will be moving on to the other appointments, and that is the process. 009, you are right now. I will be promoting you. (009), your speaker order number is number 4. If you will please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Yes, the High Grove, Riverside, Ruba Valley, which is Rubidoux area. And let me know when to begin.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Maribel Nunez. Thank you, Commission, for providing me the opportunity to speak today. And I'm a first generation, born in the U.S., daughter of immigrants, a Latina. And I'm also with Inland Equity Partnership, and I'm partner in part of the Brown and Black Redistricting Alliance, working with different groups, LULAC and NALEO Action Fund. I have lived in the city of Riverside for over 9 years. Our neighborhood is in downtown area Riverside. I work as an executive director of an anti-poverty nonprofit. Many of the families in our community, they rent and don't earn a living wage, working in a job and don't have full healthcare benefits. And in the area that I live at is mainly people of color. Like other people in my community, I have also had challenges in finding an affordable home to purchase and affordable, accessible healthcare. Some of my neighbors have lost their jobs and have been evicted. And these struggles have been before or during COVID. Our community is surrounded off on Market and Lime Street, and downtown Riverside is indeed a very vibrant city, a vibrant downtown. But it also has, we're by the Santa Ana River bottom, where there's a lot of people there, encampments and homelessness. In the river bottom, we're right next to our neighbor, Jurupa Valley. And so we share that geography of Santa Ana River. But I, as a resident, also go there to shop and eat. Being a Latina and immigrant, it's a very vibrant area, food trucks, businesses, shopping centers. So I go there a lot. And we have that connection with the 60 freeway. I'm also close to the 215 interchange, which takes us to eastern part of the Riverside part of the metropolitan. And also north is High Grove, which is my other neighbor that we do a lot of shopping there as well, and heads up north in the 215 going to the 10. I do want to mention that north of High Grove, we are very different. North of downtown Riverside and High Grove is very different from Grand Terrace and Colton. Colton has different different government agencies, as well as Grand Terrace. We have not really a lot of connection. It's middle class, and majority of Grand Terrace residents are middle class folks that own homes. So we're very different from those areas for the different services and income. When drawing the new district, I would like to the commission to keep my community of interest together. We have over 50% Latino, people of color, large percentage of immigrants, and we want to work together to address the issues that faces anti-poverty and pro-immigrant. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Oh. Right now we will have 005, and up next will be 007. 005, I will be promoting you now. (005), your speaker order number is number 5. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm calling regarding the region Congressional District 36 covers. Yes, thank you. Hello, Commission members. My name is Karen Borja. I am a resident of the City of Indio in Riverside County and a lifelong resident of the Coachella Valley. I'm speaking today under my capacity with Planned Parenthood Action Fund of the Pacific Southwest as a Director of Community Affairs. Planned Parenthood has been serving the residents of Riverside, Imperial, and San Diego counties for over 58 years. In a year alone, our affiliate provides reproductive care to over 132,000 patients. Most recently, we expanded our services to the San Jacinto Pass communities and opened a health center in the city of Hemet. One reason why this city was chosen was because our patients were traveling to our Rancho Mirage or Coachella health centers from Hemet to seek healthcare. Therefore, from Hemet and Cabazon to Indio and Blythe, our communities share Interstate 10 as a means of transportation, commerce, and healthcare access. Continuing to place these areas as one community of interest is crucial for access to healthcare to protected classes that Planned Parenthood serves, such as transgender patients, farm workers, and Latino patients. In the last redistricting process, our Senate district was created to encompass 6,373 square miles. That left the previously mentioned protected classes very vulnerable. I ask that you keep the residents of the San Jacinto Pass, the Coachella Valley, and Blythe together as you draw any of our congressional or state and assembly districts. Doing so would allow our region to continue working towards better social determinants of health outcomes through state policy and resources. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 007, and up next we will have 017. 007, I'll be promoting you now. 007, your speaker order number is number 6. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Great. I'm looking to discuss District 31, particularly where the 215 and the 10 meet, right where it goes north of that area. San Bernardino, that's a particularly wonderful area. That's perfect right there. Thank you very, very much. My name is Joshua Smalley. I'm the Communications and Marketing Coordinator at Time for Change Foundation in San Bernardino. And we've been assisting homeless women and children in San Bernardino County since 2002. We've helped over 1,700 women attain self-sufficiency and have reunited over 300 children with their mothers from foster care. We've actively looked at members of our community who reach out to us seeking direction in their issues regarding local government. And we've discussed this. Our community of interest is vastly diverse, with primarily Hispanic and Black, but a large population of Asian and Caucasian people. It's fantastic. We love it. We love San Bernardino. But we're also an area of vast income inequality. We have a poverty rate of 30% and essentially works as a food desert. We were isolated into the completed expansion of the 210 freeway about 20 years ago. And many parts of these communities have no chance of development unless businesses brought in are low-paying warehouse jobs. There are 10 liquor stores in a 2-mile radius where I work, and that's kind of unacceptable. And it's why we wish, if anything possible, to see District 31 merge with our neighboring District 35 in the city of Fontana. There's this giant cutout section in which a majority of our constituents tend to have to go into District 35 to spend their money to buy food, to buy groceries, to buy equipment and items for their house. I care about this because I see the beauty and tenacity of the members of this community. I mean, there are hustlers using their skill sets to earn money when the opportunities they could be like flourishing businessmen and women. And this is a community of downtrodden survivors. And they create a microcosm. They share talents to ensure repairs are made to homes, that cars continue to run, that bills are being paid. These are laborers with years of experience and they have no place to use it. You know, one participant in discussions referred to it as sweeping dirt under a rug. This triangulated area between Rialto High School west along East Mill Street to the former Norton Air Base, that's now San Bernardino International Airport, and northwest to Lion E. Hudson Park on Morgan Road, which is just south of Cal State University's San Bernardino, is ignored. Right? You can see stagnant development. There's no big business commercial developments within this region in which I'm speaking of. If you were to go to Google Maps and type in Target, Walmart, or Kohl's, you won't see any of that. What you will see are low-paying warehouse jobs and vacancies. You can find these big box stores and other places like that in the bordering regions and neighboring districts. Because we're drowning in this indifference of politics. And the only benefit we had are congressional leaders and assembly leaders that have fought for legislation to bring funding into this community, which was just completed bankruptcy. Those 1,700 women that are now self-sufficient because of Time for Change that we serve, government grants and support services in place to ensure they can continue their journey. There's a magnitude of discussion that can be held on this topic. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have 3 minutes of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 017, and up next will be 011. 017, I will be promoting you now. Zero 017, your speaker order number is number 7. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Hi, hello. Can I see in the map Congressional District 41? Thank you. Okay, hello Commission members. My name is Leticia and I'm a community organizer for Planned Parenthood Action Fund of the Pacific Southwest in Riverside. And I also currently live in Riverside County. I'm calling in today to ask that there be no changes to Senate District 31 and Congressional District 41. I firmly believe that any drastic changes made to these 2 districts would break up a community that currently shares similar experiences and cares about similar issues as a result of these experiences and their environment. For example, one of these things is that these communities share in common are extremely busy roads that residents find themselves driving in on a daily basis. West Riverside is the home of many warehouses, specifically in Moreno Valley, many universities, such as the University of California, Riverside, Riverside City College, and Moreno Valley City College, just to name a few, and jobs that require at least a 15-minute commute. This one thing that these two districts have in common shows the importance of having representatives that understand the value in investing in infrastructure, road safety, and the overall health of the community, especially considering that these busy roads also lead to poor air quality, which then leads to affect people's health. Over the past 10 years, these districts and communities have had effective representation that do see the value in investing in the overall health of their communities, and who are also accessible and available to hear the concerns of the community. And so this one single example is just one way of showing how these two districts are currently drawn in a good manner. And so we are asking that these communities of interest do not get divided, since they are already drawn in a way that helps ensure the best interest of the community through effective representation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 011, and up next will be 014. 011, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number is number 8. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Congressional District 36. My name is Andrea Lewis, and I live in the city of San Jacinto in the county of Riverside. I am here to talk about the African American community in the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto. We need to ensure that the African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. According to the center of the community, currently the center of the community is separated by 2 assembly districts, District 61 and District 42. The city of Moreno Valley has the largest population of African Americans, and the city of Paris has the second largest population of African Americans. However, since the last redistricting process, our population is shifting to the cities of Hemet and San Jacinto. All 4 cities have been able to elect African Americans to local office. Due to these changes, we are seeking the placement of the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto to be included in the same assembly, Senate, and congressional districts. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of the African American community, who share common history, culture, celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about the issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. Not including Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto in the same districts would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. However, equally as important is to make sure that these cities are not included with the cities of Temecula, Lake Elsinore, and Riverside, who do not share the same values, cultures, and issues of concern. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 014, and up next will be 015. I'd like to invite 001, 002, 010, 016 to please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen, as you have appointments during this session and you do have priority. Thank you so much. I do see your hands. 014, I will be promoting you now. Zero 014. Your speaker order number will be number 9, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
I would like to
I would like to look at the San Jacinto Valley from Banning through Idlewild, down through Val Vista, through Diamond Lake, all of that area. Historically, Hemet would have been the seat of Riverside County. It's geographically centered of most of the population. I'm a newcomer. I came from Orange County. It's hard in this valley because it goes back to the 1880s. It's hard for some people to understand what's going on because there's an older group of people and the younger ones coming in because housing is cheap, rent or housing. But we're divided into 3 assembly districts, 2 state senate districts, and 2 congressional districts. We can't, our homeless go the valley. They don't park in one corner. They're in the river valley. Our water is in Idlewild, Lake Hemet we did. That's in a separate assembly district than my area in downtown Hemet. Our airport, Hemet Ryan Airport, is a historical one that goes back to World War II. It's in a separate congressional district as well as an assembly district. We can't get coordinated care because we're just so divided up. Frankly, we don't really care too much which one we got into. It's just 3 assembly districts, 2 state senate districts, and 2 congressional districts is just way too much. We have, and don't forget that Hemet itself, Hemet and San Jacinto, Hemet was a sunset city. San Jacinto always was the city of color for all of the workers through all the time. And there are dregs of that still going on. I would also acknowledge to you a fact that there's a lot of mobile homeowners, and I think this is a statewide issue you need to address. We're neither feast nor family. We're renters. We rent the space, but we own the unit. We're in this spot as development, as housing, because this area, even though it's a valley, is flat. So there's going to be a lot more housing development south of us along Domingoni and to the west. Highway 79 is going to be realigned west. Highway 74 goes through, again, every one of the assembly districts, a state highway. How can you get coordinated control of anything? Because it's divided up in so many assembly districts. So I just asked your consideration that we look at this as a contiguous whole and get it in
15 seconds.
Yeah. It's up to you guys. I'm glad it's in your ballpark and not mine. But anyway, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 015, and up next will be 008. 015, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 10. If you will please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
The entire area that you're showing right now is just fine, the San Bernardino Riverside area. Thank you very much. And am I ready to go?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. 2 decades ago, the last time the legislature drew the lines, I chaired the Assembly Committee on Elections, Redistricting, and Constitutional Amendments. And my greatest contribution there probably was taking an intern, Ethan Jones, who eventually I made the chief consultant for the Committee on Elections. The commission starts its creating districts in the northwest corner of the state. This means that we in the Inland Empire are impacted more than anyone else by the accumulation of undesirable impacts caused by all of the many other factors that the commission must take into account in the process of redistricting. And I want to note that the very fact of decennial redistricting, along with term limits, has made it the case that people today no longer have as strong a connection with their elected officials as they once did. They know even less about the districts that they live in. In fact, and that's not good for democracy. It's not good that people don't know who represents them. And what they do know is county lines, and they know what zip codes they're in. People know that. So I want to urge the commission, and this is more applicable to our area than anywhere else in the state, that you really make every possible effort to avoid breaking county boundaries and, to the extent feasible, zip code boundaries. If I'm trying to remember what district I live in, and or I'm trying to identify it, if most of zip codes are entirely within one specified district or another, it makes it a whole lot easier for people to recognize those. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 008. Up next will be 010. 008, I will be promoting you now. 008, your speaker order number will be number 11. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
I'd like to focus on Congressional 42, specifically Lake Matthews, Good Hope, Mead Valley area, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dear Commissioners, for the opportunity to allow me to take the time to tell you a little about my region. My name is Criselda Chaportan, and I'm a community leader and a local case manager for our unhoused neighbors in the city of Corona, a very well-known bedroom community for the past 28 years. My community is the gateway to Riverside County by ways of the 91 freeway and the 15 interstate corridor. Due to heavy traffic in the region, most local commuters use main roads as alternatives, such as Magnolia Avenue, Hamner Avenue, and most importantly, Calico Road. Calico Road begins at Interstate 15 in the city of Corona, surrounded by shopping centers for all your personal and business needs. Going east of Calico takes you to an additional bedroom communities such as Lake Matthews, Gavilan Hills, Mead Valley, Good Hope, and Paris. Being that Calico Road is the only way in and out of these bedroom communities, we share the same shopping centers, some school districts, fire departments, and transportation routes. Moreover, these communities share similar social economics compared to fully developed and well-established neighboring cities. Therefore, I'm here today to request that the Commission to keep and include communities of interest together, like Corona, Lake Matthews, Gavilan Hills, Mead Valley, Good Hope, and Paris for the Congressional District 42. Equally important, I urge the Commission to include all of Temecula instead of splitting it up as it is today. A caller mentioned earlier how it is in a district of San Diego. However, it's completely different community. Lastly, I respectfully ask the Commission to remove any communities from the Congressional District to the far east that do not use the same roads, do not shop in our area, and have higher income levels. Now, the last commission did a good job of tightening up the district. However, I know this commission can do a better job of smoothing out and including communities alike. So I implore you to strongly take my suggestions. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. 010 will be right now, and 001 will be up next in the queue. 010, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 12, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for recognizing me. I would like to rise to speak to the areas of Moreno Valley and Paris in Riverside County. These two areas are the highest concentration of the African American community in Riverside County, fast growing areas and targeted areas for growth of the Black community from other areas, followed thirdly by Hemet San Jacinto. I want to rise to ask that you continue to keep Moreno Valley and Paris in the same congressional district and as many of the same districts as possible so that we can continue to concentrate our activism and continue to grow the resources that we share as a community, and including the opportunities for cultural interaction and adequate representation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we have 001, and up next will be 016. 001, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be 13, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours. You are still muted.
Hello, Moreno Valley, Paris, Riverside.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Luz Gallegos. I'm a resident here of the Inland Empire of Riverside County, specifically I was born and raised here when my family immigrated from Mexico. And I'm also part of TODEC, we're an immigrant justice organization here in the Inland Empire. As an organization serving the entire region, we see the different realities and challenges and of all immigrants across the region. But particular here, I want to speak on my hometown, which is Moreno Valley. Back in the day was known as Sunnymead. Born and raised between Moreno Valley and Paris, we've seen the realities and the growth of our region throughout the years, but also the empowerment of immigrants and community here in our community in these cities. Having these very rural communities back in the day, now we've lost a lot of our farms and whatnot. We continue to see the linkage, us that live within these communities, especially Latinos and the immigrants that live here with Moreno Valley. I myself live in Moreno Valley, but I lived in Paris a majority part of my life. Going back and forth from Moreno Valley, Paris, Riverside, even the outskirts of Riverside, which is known as Jurupa, but now we know it as Jurupa. I myself growing up, I always known it as Riverside. Even some of our cities outside of unincorporated cities outside of Paris that are considered themselves Paris because their address is Paris, like Mead Valley and other unincorporated cities. It's very important to see the realities of this community as a focus of community and the way we feel and work. As Latinos, we're very big on culture. I know within the outskirts of Moreno Valley and specifically Paris, we have a lot in common with the rural communities of also Jurupa, which we have a lot of charros, a lot of mujeres a caballos that organize that within these rural communities. And there's a lot of exchange with culture within these cities. So I myself, as a resident of these communities, not only as a resident, but also as an organizer, in making sure that our communities are always being on the forefront and uplifting, I do see my communities as a person, as a resident, to being Paris, Moreno Valley, and Riverside. Look forward to continue working with community, but also with the commission, as we want to make sure our communities alike continue together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Right Right now we will have 016, and up next will be 002. 016, I will be promoting you now. Zero 16, your speaker order number is 14. If you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I am in Cathedral City, Coachella Valley area. Hi, commissioners. My name is Ubaldo Boido. I am with the Brown and Black Redistricting Alliance. I'm also with Rainbow Beginnings, a mutual aid organization for LGBTQ plus migrants. I'm gay. I'm a Mexican American. I'm a person of color, and I live in Cat City and work in Palm Springs, and also volunteer in most of the Coachella areas. I access a lot of this area. I feel strongly that I'm here today just to request that we consider keeping this area together and joining assembly districts and state senate districts in the area. We have a huge divide. And part of what I'm so torn because my communities look like, Latinx, brown people that I love as my Mexican American heritage, and also my queer identity, which has huge ties in Palm Springs and Cathedral City, but we miss out on a lot of the rest of the Coachella Valley. So I feel strongly that these areas could be united much stronger congressionally and with the assembly districts. Sorry. I really urge the council to look at this. I know the census does not have data on queer families, queer residents in the areas, but I think it's really important that we consider that for the next census in order for us to really understand what communities share interests. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 002, and up next will be 004. 002, I will be promoting you now. Zero 002, your speaker order number will be 15. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I live in the Moreno Valley area.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Gerardo Sanchez. I've lived in Moreno Valley for over 30 years. Although I lived in Moreno Valley, my community that I see part of my life is in Paris, Moreno Valley, and Riverside. Both my daughters go to school in Paris and in Riverside. I work and shop, and most of my friends and family live in these areas. The community has, as much as all the Latinos that live in the area, I see this community as staying together so they could keep thriving. Thank you. That's all I have for today.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have a 004. And then up next, it will be 027. 004, I will be promoting you now. Zero 004, your speaker order number will be 16. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours. Unique code with the last four 004. Should see a message on your computer screen to ask you to unmute at this time.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the area I'm concerned with is Western Riverside County, basically the greater Riverside area. My name is Gilberto Esquivel, and I'm with LULAC of Riverside, also partnering with Naleo Educational Fund. I've been living in the city of Riverside for over 27 years. I'm a retired Spanish language broadcaster who has covered the entire Inland Empire for the past 37 years, and with special programs focused on events and issues that affect this community. The important thing here is, for the purpose of this testimony, is my community of interest is the city of Riverside, Moreno Valley, Jurupa, and the city of Paris. These communities, like many others, have been hit hard by COVID-19, and besides deaths and serious health issues in their families, many have lost their jobs, and as a consequence, many are losing their homes. And the increasing cost of housing is another area that concerns us. The community has many things in common. Spanish language is spoken by many of the residents. Community events and festivals are always shared. Hospitals, churches, colleges, and shopping centers are always shared. The March Joint Powers Authority is made up of representatives from the cities of Riverside, Moreno Valley, and Paris, and they determine the usage of the land included in March Air Force Base and its surrounding area. The people in our area have been involved with several projects that make it unique. Jointly, we constructed a special memorial for labor leader Cesar Chavez. Currently, we're working to build a Cheech Marine Art Museum, which will be bringing people from all areas. Our Tamale Festival and the Date of Dead Festival in Riverside brings people from throughout Southern California. This and many other projects are done by people living in our community of interest. Please help us keep it together. We need to continue doing the work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 027, and then up next will be 041. And at that point I will be checking in with the chair for the time. 027, I will be promoting you now. (027). Your speaker order number will be 17. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. I would like to San Antonio Pass. Hello, my name is Colleen Wallace, and I live in Banning, California, which is in Riverside County. I am also the mayor of the city of Banning. I am here to talk about the African American community in the cities of Beaumont, Banning, and Desert Hot Springs. We need to ensure that the African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Therefore, we ask that all three cities be included in the same Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts. We also are close to Palm Springs, all the Coachella, Moreno Valley. We shop there, Paris, Riverside. I go everywhere, and most of the people in Bannon does too. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of the African American community who share a common history, culture, celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth. We worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and cancer. Not including 4 cities in the same district would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives, as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask 013, as you have an appointment at this time and you have just shown up in the queue. If you are ready to give comment this time, we are coming to the end of this appointment session, so please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. As for 013, hmm. 013, I will come back to that if we have time. 014, I will be promoting you now. Oh, 041. 041. Your speaker order number is 18, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, yeah, I would like to discuss 8042 Coachella Valley and the Morongo Basin. That's good. Right, so I'm a resident of Morongo Valley, an unincorporated area there in the Morongo Basin. Right now, the Morongo Basin, Yucca Valley, 29 Palms, Landers, these communities are together. I would stress that we keep it that way. We share a very similar community. We share a lot of services. We have our own school district. So it makes sense that we stay as a community and don't get divided up. I would also stress that we bear a very close economic, cultural relationship with the low desert, what we call the low desert. That's the Coachella Valley. So cities like Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, Indio, Cathedral City, Palm Desert. These are also communities that you might call a gateway to Joshua Tree National Park, which is there, that big green block but separating us. If we weren't for that big green block, we'd probably have communities that connect us contiguously. A lot of us commute down the hill to go to work. A lot of people send their kids to schools down in the low desert for higher education or K through 12. We have people that send their kids to charter schools down there. We have share a lot of economic opportunities, and also a lot of cultural values with conserving the last intact regions of the desert in our area. There's a lot of federally protected land, both in the Colorado Desert in Riverside County and in the Mojave Desert in San Bernardino County. And so I just stress that the way Assembly District 42 right now is, it sort of splits the Coachella Valley in half. And I'd say, whereas we share a lot of values with many of those cities, it makes sense to keep it all into one contiguous form. It also would be more geographically consistent. And I would point out, I know there are population limits to how these things are drawn. We have a lot of communities to the west, from the Banning Pass area all the way down to the San Jacinto Valley, which honestly I bear really no relationship to the communities in our high desert region or in our low desert region. So I would just point out that there are some arbitrary lines that seem to be driven, bringing the Eastern Inland Empire closer to the Coachella Valley, politically speaking, on a political representation level. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Also point out, for the high desert, we're disconnected from the low desert in CA8 in our congressional district. And I think it would be more appropriate if we were all in one congressional district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And please forgive me, I thought the break was 11:15, it's 11:30. Right now, I will be going to 013, as you do have an appointment at this time. 013, I will be promoting you, and then up next will be 024. 013, I will be promoting you now. Well, spoke too soon. There appears to be some connectivity issues with 013, so we will not be going to 013 at this time. Right now, we'll be going to 024, and up next will be 042. 024, I will be promoting you now. Zero 24. Your speaker order number will be number 19. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, yes. I'd like to speak about Redlands, California. So, hello, my name is Anel Alberteo. I am a resident of Redlands, a concerned citizen of the United States. I'm a Latina, first-generation college student, a mother, a wife, a daughter, a graduate of Georgetown University, an educator. I'm also currently a graduate student at the University of Redlands, and I grew up in Redlands. And I'm here today because I am requesting that the commission keep my community together. Now, Redlands borders Loma Linda, the city of San Bernardino, Highland, Yucaipa, and Riverside County. And we are part of the 31st Congressional District. I'm asking that we do not divide Redlands. It's really important that our city be kept together. We have many historical sites here, such as Kimberly Crest House and the gardens there. We have museums, such as the San Bernardino County Museum. We also have great schools, such as the Redlands Unified School District, and we have University of Redlands. All these things together make Redlands a community with a growth mindset. And I ask that Redlands not be divided, because if we are to maintain our strength as part of the 31st Congressional District, we need to stay together to be strong. Again, I request that Redlands be kept together, not divided, because division does not bring us together or make us strong. It makes us weak. And given the current climate that we're in, politically, where everything's about dividing people, I request that we stay together and be part of the 31st Congressional District. Thank you for your time and for listening. And I repeat my request that the commission keep Redlands, my community, a growing community, together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have a 042. I'd like to invite those in the queue with appointments to use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. This is for 013, 024, 026, 030, 036, and 038. At this time, if you use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen, we will get to as many of you as possible during this session. 042, I will be promoting you now. 026, I do see your hand. You will be next. Zero 42, your speaker order number will be number 20. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Jeremy Payne with Equality California. So nice to see everyone again. I am going to be talking about the Coachella Valley, specifically all those communities that were discussed by caller 41 between the San Jacinto Mountain Range and the Little San Bernardino Mountain Ranges. Again, I am with Equality California, the state's largest LGBTQ+ civil rights organization, and I wanted to bring your attention to this community, these counties, Riverside, San Bernardino County, but specifically Coachella Valley, where we have 17,000 members and of course, hundreds of thousands of members across California. Thank you as always for hearing from me about our LGBTQ+ communities throughout California. I wanted to point out the prominent LGBTQ+ population that resides in these cities bordered by these two mountain ranges. This includes Palm Springs and Cathedral City in the northwest, to La Quinta and Indio in the southeast, all of which have large clusters of LGBTQ+ residents, according to the data sets that we have been putting together. The LGBTQ+ community of interest in the Coachella Valley is large, vibrant, and well-connected, both physically by the kind of urban planning of the Coachella Valley, allowing convenient travel from one city to the next, and culturally by the number of LGBTQ+ businesses and organizations in the Valley. It's a very welcoming LGBTQ+ welcoming community. And these places are frequented by members of our community. The LGBTQ plus community of interest here is physically, culturally, and politically united, but as previously mentioned, also by a previous caller, it's divided by state district boundaries, specifically Assembly District 42 and 56, which splits the Coachella Valley in two. And it really has diluted the LGBTQ plus voting bloc, making it difficult for them to identify and elect a candidate of choice that is representative of them in the Coachella Valley as a whole, since there is a lot of similarity there. So we ask that the LGBTQ plus communities in Palm Springs, Cathedral City, Rancho Mirage, Thousand Palms, Palm Desert, Desert Palms, Indian Wells, Bermuda Dunes, La Quinta, and Indio all be kept together as much as possible to embrace the true solidarity and sense of belonging within the Coachella Valley. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you so much for hearing from me and for taking the time. I look forward to having these conversations about California's LGBTQ plus community. Thank you so much and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 026. And again, I'd like to invite those with appointments in the queue, 013, 019, 030, 032, 036, and 038, to please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. 026, I will be promoting you now, and 036, you will be next. 026. 026, your speaker order number will be number 21, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours. Hello? You are unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but where do I click? I'm sorry.
You don't have to click anymore. You can just talk.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My community of interest is Riverside County District 41, but specifically the areas of Riverside, Moreno Valley, and Paris. Are you hearing me?
We are. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes, my name is Graciela Ramos. I'm with LULAC Riverside and partnering with Naleo Education Fund. I am here to request that the commission keep my community of interest together, specifically Riverside, Moreno Valley, and Paris. These are the areas where I have lived for 33 years, especially I live in Moreno Valley. I was a school counselor with Moreno Valley Unified School District and have retired. I see that the cities in our community share large mixed groups of Latinos. Per the census.gov, Moreno Valley has 58.7 Latino population, Riverside 53.7, and Paris 76.8. This group is comprised by Salvadorans, Mexicans, and Guatemalans. A large number of parents are immigrants and essential workers who speak Spanish. And have suffered tremendously during the pandemic. Our school district, even when I was still in the district, always strived to provide a strong bilingual program to promote success in these students' education, to improve the livelihood and their education ability and their earning possibilities, and really to provide a way for more students to graduate, to improve our graduation rates. At present, in Moreno Valley, it is 76.4%, Riverside 80.6%, better, and 66.5% in Paris. We really want our students, all students, to succeed, and so we want to work hard on that. And socially, we love to visit the museums in Riverside and enjoy the festivities there, especially El Día de los Muertos. And we also like to relax and enjoy fishing at Lake Paris and attend the fair at the Paris grounds. I would like the commission to maintain our community together so we can continue to work on helping our immigrant community, improve our graduation rates, and enjoy continued outings in our cities. Please keep us together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 036. I will be promoting you now. 036, your speaker order number will be 22. If you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Karima Abdul-Kaber. I'm talking about the high desert region of San Bernardino County. And I'm here to talk about the African American community in the areas of Adelanto, Victorville, Hesperia, and Apple Valley. It's important we keep the voices of African Americans together as a minority population, and it's not weakened by being cut up, as according to the Voting Rights Act. So we have the largest population of the high desert, population of African Americans in the high desert. So we ask that all 4 cities be included in the Assembly, Senate, Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts. This will ensure that we protect the voting strength of the African American community, who share a common history, culture, celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, and we worship together. The community is deeply concerned about issues such as racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. Not including these 4 cities in the same districts would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Right now, I will be going... Thank you so much. We are at 11:28, Chair. Would you like to try and do one more, or is that it?
We could do one more.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have one appointment that will, please choose the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. 019, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be 23, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can please now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. My name is Martha Howard, and I'm with the Latina Association of Riverside County in partnership with NALEO and LULAC of Riverside. I am a retired military spouse, and I live in Temecula for 27 years. Temecula boundaries, in addition to the unincorporated areas, are basically to the north on Date Street, it boundaries with Murrieta. To the east, it boundaries with the city of Winchester. To the south, it boundaries at the Rainbow Checkpoint with San Diego County. And to the west with the Santa Rosa and Santa Margarita Plateau. Our main economies are service providing, with emphasis on retailing and tourism. During the spring, a yearly Balloon and Wine Festival takes place in the wine country, and that's a substantial revenue for our economy. The residents who work outside of our boundaries commute daily to San Diego, Orange, and Los Angeles County. Since our city is at the southwest end of Riverside County, they use the Interstate 15 and 215 similarly to commute, and also to transport goods from the warehouses and construction materials from the quarries. Currently, Temecula is split between 2 congressional districts, the 50, which is the greatest part of San Diego, as you can see on the bottom, and the 42nd is to the north. It splits our city in half. And the 42nd is in Riverside County. When drawing the new boundaries, please keep in mind that our community of interest does not share the same economy industries. District 50, for example, has mainly administrative, law enforcement, and information technology. So it really doesn't make sense to have a community in my neighborhood with its boundaries attached to San Diego County, because we do not share similar economies. I thank you for your time, and please keep my community in mind and keep it in a single district instead of dividing our city in two. Thank you so much for your time and the effort and everything that you're doing for our communities.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. At this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break. And when we return from break, we'll start and continue with individuals who have registered appointments. And as time permits, we'll open the lines for those that don't have appointments. So enjoy your break. Please be back at 11:46.
Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission Communities of Interest Input Meeting on Saturday, July 31st. We also encourage folks to visit the Communities of Interest tool online to draw a map and describe your community. That tool is accessible at drawmycacommunity.org. Go online, skip the line. I'll pass this over to Katie, our comment moderator, to continue with public input. We will start with people who are registered and then open the phone lines if there is time before the next session. Katie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chair. Welcome to the public input session. Please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the queue. When it is your turn to speak, you will be identified by your assigned unique ID number, which you received yesterday. You will be reconnected to the session with the ability to enable your own video and/or audio. You will then be assigned a speaker order number before you begin speaking. Please make a note of your speaker order number for future reference. The Commission will be enforcing a 3-minute time limit. There will be a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. It is the Commission's goal to find the area on the map you would like to discuss prior to your testimony. If you are within a specific neighborhood of a large city, please mention it by name. Once we are able to locate your area, your 3-minute testimony will begin. Attendees will not be able to share their screen. At the end of your public input, or at the end of your time, you will be reconnected in a listen and view only mode. At the beginning of your input, please remind the mapper of what area you would like to see on the screen. And again, I'd like to invite those that have appointments during this session to use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. 023, 032, and 038. I do invite you to use the raise your hand button to join the comment queue line. At this time, 039, you will be up first, and up next in the queue will be 033. 039, I will be promoting you now. .039, your speaker order number will be 24, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Oh, hi, thank you. I'm in West Riverside. Good afternoon, my name is Stevie. I live in Riverside. I am a volunteer for the Planned Parenthood PAC of the Pacific Southwest and a first-year graduate student attending Cal State San Bernardino's Master of Social Work program. I've signed up to speak to you today to ask that you vote to keep the districts in West Riverside unchanged and those communities within those districts intact. For the past 10 years, the representatives in our area have been steadfast supporters for people's access to reproductive health care throughout their careers. Planned Parenthood health care centers throughout Southern California provide vital reproductive health care services to hundreds of thousands of patients every year. One of those centers is located in Riverside and within the West Riverside districts. This health center serves patients seeking care from Riverside and many neighboring communities. It is imperative that the Riverside Planned Parenthood Healthcare Center maintain the support from the officials elected by our communities to ensure continued access to those seeking services. If you support people's right to accessible reproductive health care services, and I hope that you do, please vote not to make changes in West Riverside. Thank you.
Caller. Katie, could we speak with the caller again?
Yes, she is still here.
I'm here.
Thanks. You mentioned West Riverside districts. Could you just make sure that we understand which district you're speaking of?
Sure. I believe it's Assembly District 61, Congressional District 60. And I can't think of the other specific districts, but we also have Senator Roth, Assembly Member Jose Medina, all of CD District 41 and CD District 42. Sorry, I'm getting help through texts from one of our representatives.
Okay.
And AD District 60 and AD District 61.
Just a moment. John, our mapper, we seem to have lost your map. Are you there?
He had a power issue. We're getting Williams back up.
Okay. Please stand by. You can probably go ahead and proceed with your questions, Chair, while we get that map back up.
I believe we've gotten what we needed for the mappers.
Very good, Chair. Let's stand at ease until we get a map up. Just a moment.
I'm sure Chair Kennedy understands communication and internet issues, right? as do I.
Yesterday, I thought it was the fact that we were having thunderstorms around us, but the weather's beautiful today, and I'm still having problems.
Well, I had them yesterday, and our weather was perfect. I don't know what was going on. It died several times. Just dropped me right off the group. So I don't know. Nice to see you though, Ray.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, would you like to take a break and we could come back in 5 minutes?
Sure.
All right, sounds good.
Welcome back again to today's California Citizens Redistricting Commission's Communities of Interest Input meeting. We apologize for the technical difficulties. I will turn it back over to Katie, our comments moderator, to take up where we left off. Katie.
Thank you so much, Chair. Right now we will have a 033, and then up next will be 020. I would like to invite those in the queue that have appointments to please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the comment queue line, as you will have priority in this session. 033, I will be promoting you now. I do see those hands. Thank you so much. Oh, and we lost the map. One moment. I believe we lost John as well.
Yeah, his computer went down just 3 minutes. Sorry.
Okay. Zero 33, you will still be up next as soon as we get the map up again.
All right, I'm going to take us to break on the live stream chair. If everybody could be back at 12:05, please.
Very good. Thank you, Kristen.
Oh, wait just a minute. Maybe I spoke too soon. Welcome back, John. All right, we are still in session, Chair.
Okay. Do we have commissioners in sufficient number?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Katie, I'll hand it back to you then.
All right. 033, thank you for your patience. I will be promoting you now. Zero 33, your speaker order number will be number 25. If you'll please make note of that. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to be focusing on the cities of Jurupa Valley, Riverside, and Moreno Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Joel Martinez. I'm a member of LULAC of Riverside, Council 3190, and I'm partnering with Maleo Education Fund. My family and I have lived in Riverside since 2008. I am an employee of Jurupa Unified School District. My sister graduated from John W. North High School, and then earned her undergraduate degree from UCR. My family shops in Moreno Valley, and I have been a student at Moreno Valley College. My community extends from Interstate 15, runs along the 60 freeway west of the Badlands, and includes the cities of Jurupa Valley, Riverside, and Moreno Valley. My community is diverse and multicultural, but majority Latino, with 62% of the population identifying as Hispanic and 80% of residents born outside of the US. The pandemic greatly affected residents, but we have all come together to support each other. The Riverside Gurdwara Sikh Temple in Jurupa Valley provided hot meals to countless families during some of the hardest times last year. The Riverside Spanish Seventh-day Adventist Church continues to provide food boxes to residents across the 3 cities, and Overflow Farms invites community members to help grow farm fresh produce and donates to local churches and food pantries. In better times, our community has come together to celebrate at the Riverside Tamale Festival, the Riverside Greek Fest at St. Andrew Orthodox Christian Church, and the 3-day music festival, Desert Days, at Lake Paris. Commissioners, please keep in mind the interconnectedness of this community when drawing district maps. We share language, culture, and immigrant identity, and the desire to foster an inclusive community welcoming to all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 020, and then up next will be 030. 020, I'll be promoting you now. 020. Your speaker order number will be number 26, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners, for giving us a little bit of time to speak. I would like to focus in on the city of Rialto and the region right around it. So thank you very much. Yes, Rialto right there. So my name is Lupe Camacho, and I'm a 25 plus year resident of the city of Rialto. Came out here back in 1996, and I'm an engineer. I've worked for many cities in the Inland Empire as an engineer, under obviously doing infrastructure projects and street improvements, sewer, all of that good stuff. My background particularly has led me to work for the United States Census Bureau, which I do currently. And I wanted to bring to your attention today, the reason that I'm speaking today is that I wanted to bring your attention to our city, the city of Rialto. Our congressional districts in Rialto, we are split, as you can tell, right? Almost down the middle. And we are split between Congressional District 31 and 35, if I'm not mistaken. I previously, of course, being very much an engineer and a science person, I never really paid a whole lot of attention to this. I thought that, you know, my fellow residents were very apt in selecting these regions. However, I just want to make sure that I bring to you the request to make us whole. City of Rialto, we have suffered kind of being sort of on the outskirts of both of these districts. And just to kind of give you an idea, City of Rialto is above 70% Latino. So is Fontana, which, as you can see, there's a portion of Fontana also in Congressional District 31. And that area as well is above 71%. However, to the east of us, San Bernardino, Colton, and with the exception of Moscow, that whole region there is between 61 to 70% Latino. So I would encourage you to look at that region and see if what you can do about making us here in the city of Rialto whole, and putting us all in one congressional district. Both of our congressmen are great. This is not about who's a better Congress person. I just would like to request that you take a very close look at us, because we are split in half, and that has not resulted in a whole lot of support. And understandably so. Like I said, I'm an engineer, so yeah, working with the outskirts of any city, usually those outskirts do not get the attention that the center portion gets. So I just wanted to make sure that I brought that to your attention and ask you to please take a look at us, see if you can make us whole either in one district or another. I don't really have a preference, just as long as we are whole and not confusing our people with the fact that we're in two congressional districts rather than in one. So thank you very much.
And thank you for your call.
Right now we will have 030, and then up next will be 028. 030, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number is number 27. If you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi, thank you. If the mapper could focus on the San Jacinto Valley, which is central west of Riverside County. And if you can, yeah, that looks good right there. If you would superimpose the assembly districts on that area, I'd appreciate it. That's terrific.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
All right. My name is Chris Hoppeditz, and my testimony today concerns Hemet and its nearby cities as a community of interest based on transportation infrastructure. I live in Riverside County in a west central area commonly known as San Jacinto Valley. It is bounded on the east by the San Jacinto Mountains, the south by Diamond Valley Reservoir, the west by Nuevo Hills, and the north by Angeles Forest National Park and Lambs Canyon. The two principal cities in this area are Hemet and San Jacinto. We share a rather isolated environment. Being a small set of small towns, we must travel to all parts somewhat regularly to access services such as general shopping, government services, and repair services. The services, roads, and environment are a common feature that are shared by the 160,000 or so residents of this area. Since we are surrounded by mountains, our climate is also evenly experienced by our residents. In our valley, there is a deficit of regional transportation facilities directly serving our city and integrating Hemet with the greater Riverside County area. Proposed projects in the near future are the realignment of Route 79. This will connect I-10 with I-15 and will relieve some congestion in Hemet. There is the Mid-County Parkway, which is proposed 16-mile transportation corridor that will relieve traffic congestion for east-west travel in Riverside County. The Metrolink is thinking about putting out a spur into our area from Paris, and our Hemet Ryan Airport is scheduled for upgrade and possible expansion. I don't see much change occurring to the north, east, or west. Most change will occur, to the west. Our valley is divided into 3 assembly districts and 2 Senate districts. I feel this dilutes our opinion when it comes to public input for community planning, governmental resources, and business.
30 seconds for me.
We would like to stop being associated with major parts of East San Diego County. 1 district extends that far. And we'd like to be associated with Beaumont, Banning, Canyon Lake, and Paris Valley. 1 assembly district and 1 Senate district would give greater value to the opinions of citizens in this somewhat isolated area. Thank you for allowing me to participate.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 028. And up next will be 023. 028, I will be promoting you now. (028), your speaker order number will be 28, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'd like to focus on West Riverside County along the I-15 corridor. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Jackie Casillas. I'm a community leader and a healthcare advocate here in the city of Corona, where I was born and have lived for the last 35 years. My community is the gateway to Riverside County, and we make up the west side of the county. Out here, we live and die by traffic along the I-15 freeway and the SR-91 freeway. We all know the alternative routes to take when traffic is a mess. We take Cajalco Road, Hamner Avenue, Van Buren Boulevard, and Magnolia Avenue. I cannot stress enough how much these transportation corridors connect all of us. They connect our jobs and our schools, and I ask you to please draw the lines for this congressional district accordingly. The last Citizens Commission did a good job of tightening up the congressional district, CD 42, but we think that you can do an even better job. For instance, CD 42 keeps Corona, Norco, Eastvale together, which is great because these cities share a K-12 school district. But they split up the city of Temecula, and they gave our congressional district some odd outliers on the west side, outliers on the east side, sorry, instead of bringing in the cities of Paris, Mead Valley, and Lake Matthews that all lie along the Cajalco Road, which we use heavily. Ultimately, I humbly ask you to respect our community by tweaking this congressional map to incorporate these communities along Cajalco and the remainder of the city of Temecula into Congressional District 42 and that you omit the outliers on the east side, those 2 branches that are not along these vital transportation corridors. That's it. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite those with appointments that have not spoken today. 029 032 and 038. If you'll please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the comment queue line. At this time, we have 023, and then up next will be 034. And again, 029, 032, and 038. If you wish to get in the line to give comment at this time, you do have an appointment during this session, and you will be given priority. 023, I will be promoting you now. (023), it appears that you may have some connectivity issues. I am going to do the allow to talk audio only option. Please follow the prompts on your screen. (023), you are unmuted. Hi.
Hi, please pull up the city of Rancho Cucamonga as well as its western border as far as the city of Claremont.
Will do. Your speaker order number is number 29, if you'll please make note of that. And the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Eloy Alvarez. I am asking that you keep Rancho Cucamonga whole and group it with Upland, Claremont, and Laverne. As a resident of Rancho, my kids attend public schools in Rancho. Their friends live in our city or neighboring cities to the west and play on teams and sports leagues that include Upland, Claremont, Ontario, and as far west as Laverne. When it comes to local entertainment, fine dining, or shopping, our families move between Victoria Gardens, located here in Rancho, to places like Sycamore Hills or downtown Claremont, depending on what type of shopping we want to do or the atmosphere that we're looking for. We're linked together west by the 210 freeway, Foothill Boulevard, the Metro Link, and all the residents from Rancho to Claremont use to get to and from work. And it's for these reasons that I ask you to please include Rancho Cucamonga with its western neighboring cities along the 210 freeway. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Right now we will have 034, and then up next will be 037. 034, I will be promoting you now. (034), your speaker order number is number 30. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will be focusing in the city of Coachella and surrounding areas of the Eastern Coachella Valley and Riverside County.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Vanessa Moreno, and I am with the Council of Mexican Federations in North America, also known as COFEM, here in the Coachella Valley. I have lived in the city of Coachella for more than 16 years after migrating from Mexico with my family. I am an undocumented DACA recipient and first-generation Latina. In my work as a programs manager with COFEM, I get to serve communities that share similar backgrounds like mine. Our communities of interest in Coachella and its neighboring unincorporated cities to the southeast, such as Mecca, Thermal, Oasis, and North Shore, are predominantly Latinx, where we have large population of mixed status families and households, undocumented immigrants, legal permanent residents, DACA recipients, and temporary protected status and visa holders. Many of our communities are low income, native Spanish speaking, and essential workers like farm workers, landscapers, and housekeepers. Many of these communities have always been impacted even before the pandemic, as they are left out from federal assistance programs, affordable housing, and jobs that require immigration status, and are extremely limited with medical and mental health resources and other services. Working with these communities, I've seen the many challenges they face like the fear of losing their home because they don't make a living wage to pay for rent, bills, food, car, and other expenses. For this reason, these communities rely on local food banks, public transportation, a yearly free medical services event such as the Flying Doctors, and other community events to receive free school supplies, gift cards, and PPE. Growing up in the city of Coachella and now working closely with my community with the surrounding Eastern Coachella Valley rural areas on Grapefruit Boulevard and Highway 86, I am thankful and blessed for the culture that unites us together in being able to practice our traditions through food, music, dance, and art, and annual cultural events like the Mariachi Festival, El Día de los Muertos, and Festival de la Uva. Through these opportunities, I am reminded of my home country, but also of the daily fight and work that's needed to advance and empower our communities. When drawing new districts, I would like my commission to maintain my community together for the reasons I mentioned. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for joining us today.
Right now we will have 037, and then up next we will have 029. 037, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number is number 31. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Good morning. The areas I will be discussing today are Jurupa Valley, the city of Riverside, and Moreno Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Norma Barley, and I am the president of LULAC of Riverside, Council 3190, in partnering with Daleo Education Fund. I work for Riverside Unified School District as an administrative secretary to the Curriculum and Assessment Department. I am here today to request that the commission keep my community of interest together. My communities of interest are Riverside, Jurupa Valley, and Moreno Valley. I have lived in the north side Riverside for 34 years. To my east is Jurupa Valley, and to my west is Moreno Valley. My home is north of where the 60, 215, and 91 freeways interchange meet. I am north of downtown Riverside to the east of Fairmount Park. My communities of interest have a diverse population of white, Hispanic, Asian, and African Americans. We have all worked together to keep our cities diverse and involved in our local activities. Riverside hosts Wednesday night concerts at Fairmount Park, where residents of Jurupa Valley and Moreno Valley attend. Riverside is also home to the lighting ceremony every November at the Mission Inn, Black History Parade downtown in February, as well as a Tamale Festival, where again our communities come together to celebrate each other's culture. Riverside, Jurupa Valley, and Moreno Valley consist of essential workers in the local schools, colleges, hospitals, and warehouses. We shop at the same malls, grocery stores, and visit the same parks and recreational areas such as Castle Park, the Fox Theater, and the museums in downtown Riverside. Our community speaks English, Spanish, and Chinese. We are similar because we share the same ideas in culture and diversity. Our Riverside Unified School District has had college fairs that has invited the students of Jurupa Valley and Moreno Valley to participate in so that they can also have the opportunity to obtaining scholarships. I would like to ask the commission to please keep our communities of interest, Jurupa Valley, Riverside, and Moreno Valley together so that we can continue to share our diverse cultures, education, and traditions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for joining us today.
Right now we will have 029. I'd like to invite 032 and 038 to please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. 032 and 038, you do have appointments during this time and you have priority. At this time we will go to 029. I will be promoting you now. (029), your speaker order number will be number 32. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I will be discussing Jurupa Valley, Riverside, and Norco.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Commissioners, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Edgar Castellan, and I'm a resident of Jurupa Valley and here in partnership with the Brown and Black Redistricting Alliance. I have lived in Jurupa Valley for 20 years before it even became incorporated and was just referred to many as Riverside. I live in the neighborhood of Glen Avon below the 60 freeway, west of Pedley Road and north of Mission Avenue. My community and many parts of Jurupa Valley have an agrarian and ranch history, and that history is still present throughout parts of the city, where many households, including family members, take care of animals, grow their own crops and plants, and ride horses throughout the city. Many of these residents, such as those in my family, are also Spanish speakers, immigrants, or have immigrant backgrounds, and they work many of the local manual labor jobs in the region, such as warehouse jobs, landscaping, restaurant cooks, and the list goes on. Jurupa Valley also shares some of these rural traits with the majority parts of Norco and parts of West Riverside, which contain large open lots with horses and animals. I would often go ride with my cousin to different properties in these areas where we would train and take care of horses with friends and clients. I also have personal connection with the city of Riverside. My parents like to shop down Van Buren at El Super and Walmart. Since we can drive down very accessibly down Van Buren. And I could also go a little further down Tyler Mall for any other items that I may need, since many of these options are not yet available in my community. I also like to drive down East Mission Avenue, which connects me to some of the local businesses within the city, which eventually gives many of us in Jurupa Valley access to Mount Rubidoux, downtown Riverside, and UC Riverside, where I went to school. I strongly urge the commission to keep these community of interest, which I belong, together. We're all working class communities that maintain a ranch style character, but are also dependent on these other areas mentioned due to its historical ties and current physical connections. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you for telling us about your community today.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite 022 to use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen, and 032 and 038. At this time, it is your appointments. 022, you have just joined. If you please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen indicating you wish to comment. 038, I see your hand. 038, I will be promoting you now. And again, 022 and 032, please use the raise your hand button. (038), your speaker order number will be 33, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, hello commissioners, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm going to be discussing Assembly District 42 and 56 in Coachella Valley in Riverside County.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okie doke. My name is Brenda Campbell, and I live in the city of Indian Wells, which is in District 42. It borders the city of Palm Desert and La Quinta, south of the I-10 in Coachella Valley. I've lived here for part-time for 7 years and full-time for the last 2 years. Indian Wells is primarily a retirement community, and there's approximately 5,500 citizens. We have many neighboring cities that are all connected, and we are truly one community. These cities include Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, Indian Wells, La Quinta, Indio, Coachella, Mecca. We share the same services, school districts, and interests. It's so important that we are in the same district, as we need to continue to work together to achieve similar goals such as infrastructure, homelessness, environmental and energy needs, to name just a few. We need not be segregated by ethnic or social economic groups. But presently, the Coachella Valley is divided into 2 assembly districts, District 42 and District 56, as noted by a few prior speakers. I urge you not to divide us, as we are one true community. We share the same interests and concerns. Tourism and agriculture are the 2 large economic factors in Coachella Valley. And tourism includes golf, Paribus tennis tournament, Coachella music festivals, Palm Springs International Film Festivals, Palm Springs Modernism Week, just to name a few. I request you put the following cities in one district, please. Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, Rancho Mirage, Palm Desert, Indian Wells, La Quinta, Indio, Coachella, Mecca, and Bermuda Dunes. And one other note, and that is agriculture is a really important part of our community. It's the founding block of the majority of old timers, if you will, residents whose parents and grandparents came to the area as farmers and transformed the valley into a year-round, robust, growing season. It would be very beneficial if Blythe and the Imperial Valley were in one district. Thank you, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Right now we have 022, and then up next we will have 032. 022, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 34. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me this time to speak. My name is Lupe, and I am a city council member and mayor of the city of Indio. And I too would like to address Assembly District 42 and 56, but also Senatorial District 28. As the previous member mentioned, the Coachella Valley is one economic area, which includes agriculture and tourism. And I believe it's very important that our district or our area of interest remain whole without influence from other areas that are more aligned with larger urban cities. The Coachella Valley year-round population is between 350,000 and 450,000. The parts of Assembly District 42 and Senatorial District 28 that are beyond the Coachella Valley, which is to the west, including the Temecula area and the French Valley, are much more aligned with the Northern Riverside demographic than they are with the Coachella Valley District. So I would urge the commission to please consider keeping the Coachella Valley as one area of interest so that we have an opportunity to have policymakers that are more aligned with our individual needs, including our growth needs, infrastructure needs, our economic needs, and of course, maintaining our agriculture and tourism industries. I appreciate this time to speak with you this afternoon. And if you should have any questions, you can contact me at City Hall. Thank you all for this opportunity.
And thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you so much. And at this time, 032, I will be allowing you to talk to see if you are struggling with the raise your hand option. 032. There you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
I can. I have a couple of brief instructions. One moment. Your speaker order number will be 35. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is kind of an interesting conversation for this afternoon because my name is Seti Page. I'm a community outreach associate with Blue Educational Foundation. And the reason our area is so unique and specific is because we serve constituents in many of the areas. The following areas are the ones that are most important, though. Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, the city of Riverside, and San Bernardino, the city of San Bernardino. So Blue Education Foundation prides itself on creating college access opportunities for its students, as well as engaging with the African American community to provide support and resources to promote healthy communities. In our COY sessions that we had with a lot of these cities, one of the main issues of concern was ensuring that the voices of the African American community would be heard. There was concern with political power during this type of national political climate, I should say, about misrepresentation, tokenization, racism, a lot of these things that affect the African community on a daily basis. And what these communities had in solidarity during these COI sessions was the idea that our voices are stronger united. So what we're asking is that any congressional seat or any political seat that is involved around these cities, that they be considered together in solidarity. Black voices being separated will only diminish their voting power and will also hurt them getting access to resources, in the sense of they will not have the power that they need to vote for elected officials that represent the communities they come from. So with Blue Educational Foundation and my position, my job with Blue is to ensure that we're putting Black voices and African American voices out there, but we also look out for the community in general. We also provide college access for a lot of the students in the desert, and during these times in a pandemic, having their voices and having their parents be involved in the political systems of their school district has given us a lot of input and a lot of feedback about maintaining solidarity among communities of color. And I would just like to emphasize to whomever is listening and whoever has the authority to make this type of decision, to please keep those voices together. We want to make sure that the African American community is strong and that their needs are being heard, and especially in these times where there's a contestation. Thank you. When there's a contestation of cultures right now, we want to make sure that we can ensure that our communities are protected and that their voices are heard. I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to me, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you so much.
And thank you for taking time to join us today.
And at this time, I'd like to invite those that have called in to please press star 9 on their telephone keypad to join the comment queue. Please press star 9 on your telephone keypad. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment at this time. I see lots of raised hands. So right now we will be a caller with the last 4 digits, 3138. And then up next will be caller with the last 4, 9065. Caller 3138, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 3138, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 36. If you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm calling from San Jacinto, Hemet area. I absolutely agree with the last speaker. We are also in agreement with the voting rights for African American people, along with homelessness, violence in the areas, along with the help of the police department with basically pointing fingers at what's going on with us, along with the help of housing, resources, more help for our people in regards to this area. It needs to be more open. Management of what's going on with our areas. The resources needs to be more open to what's going on. Our resources in Riverside County in general is ridiculous. Public services needs to be more open. And that's basically it of what all I have to say. He basically took the floor on that one. So thank you for my voice.
And thank you for sharing today.
Thank you so much. Right now will be caller 9065. And then up next will be caller 2450, unique ID 035. 9065, please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 9065, your speaker order number will be number 37. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I'll be talking about the Riverside County, the Eastern Coachella Valley, North Shore.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Montserrat, and I am with Communities for New California. Here in the Coachella Valley, I have lived in the city of North Shore for 20 years, and I am the first generation student in my family. My community is located in Riverside County in the Eastern Coachella Valley. It includes the city of Mecca and Therma. The major streets are from California Highway 111 up to 68th Avenue. One of our shared interests as a community is the majority of the populations are Latinos and Indigenous people who share the similar ethnic backgrounds. And one of our main priorities is quality education for our children and young people. Youth people is very important, and we would like to see improvement in our educational system. Another area of interest is infrastructure, such as streetlights and sidewalks, which are currently lacking in our neighborhood. There are many infrastructure needed in the community. Another concern is water quality. The color of the tap water is yellow and has a bad taste. We are not sure if it is safe to drink, so my family and I purchase bottled water every week, about 2 to 4 times a week. In the past, the mosquitoes. And another priority health concern is air quality, and currently many residents are suffering from asthma and other respiratory issues. The Salton Sea emits a foul odor, and there is a mosquito problem. In the past, the mosquitoes have tested positive for the West Nile virus. We would like to be district with the communities of Mecca and Therma because we share similar ethnic backgrounds, share the same schools, and the same culture. I am here today uplifting my community so the families can feel more safe, and my community deserves the same life quality as everyone else. It is important to keep our community together so we can protect our kids to reach our goals and make us feel safe and secure. Thank you very much for your time and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It looked like our caller with the unique ID looked like they're no longer here. Right? So we will be going to caller 4233. And then up next will be caller 0981. Caller 4233, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 4233. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Caller 4233, you are unmuted. Hello. Hi, I have a couple of brief instructions for you. Your speaker order number is going to be 38. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And hello, commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am looking at the Coachella Valley, and I'm calling that everything from Palm Springs, north and south along the mountains, all the way to the Arizona border, really. I know that goes into Palo Verde Valley, but that's what I'm speaking to. My name is Ellen Way, and I am a farmer in the Coachella Valley. And I am calling in today because I am very concerned about how our community was gerrymandered 10 years ago which now that I understand the law better, was not supposed to happen. I'm calling to stress what people who've spoken before me have expressed, that we would like to be one community. We're already connected through our Association of Governments, where all of the cities work together to solve issues that we have regarding public safety, water, homelessness, any issue. Our Association of Governments comes together to address those issues. I'd also like to add in that if you look at the registration of voters in our community, there isn't one group that has really any less than another. So I believe 10 years ago, we were divided because there was a group of people who thought that part of our community would not be well represented. But if you look at the numbers today, we're pretty equal at about 100,000 people registered in the Democrat Party, Republican Party, and declined to state. So there isn't that issue. Our community has grown, and it is very important that we work together and that our leaders work together to address the issues that are coming before us as we grow and more people continue to move to the Coachella Valley. I also want to make a special note that agriculture is very important to the state of California. And because not a lot of people are aware of the agriculture that is in and around their communities, they don't realize how much food we produce for our country. And it's really important that agriculture remain viable in this country so that we are not importing all of our food from foreign countries. And I think we've seen through this COVID pandemic that it is not safe to have to rely on foreign countries for all of our supplies. So it is very important that we protect our agricultural communities of the Coachella Valley, the Palo Verde Valley, and the Imperial Valley. It would be great if they were connected once again like they once were 20 years ago in Assembly District 80, where they could all work together on those issues. And commissioners, I think you're hearing resoundingly today from everyone that we don't want our districts gerrymandered wherever we are. We want to work together as Californians, of people of all different backgrounds, colors, and creeds, because that is 15. The only way we're going to solve problems in our state. So thank you very much for serving. I know this takes a great deal of time in your life, and I do appreciate it very much. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Lay. Could you stay with us for a moment? The mappers wanted me to ask a question.
Just a minute, Chair.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The mappers wanted me to ask if you could clarify the southern boundary of the area that you're speaking on.
Well, sir, I just don't know how many people you're going to allow into a district, but if we're still talking about 450,000 people in an assembly district, then it would be from Palm Springs all the way through the city of Blythe to the border of Arizona. And I'm not familiar with the names of those small towns out there, but basically everything east. If we were allowed to be bigger, I think the Imperial Valley agriculture, Palo Verde, and Coachella should be in one district, but I don't know what your assembly district numbers are looking like.
Okay, well, we're not talking about districts at this point. We're trying to understand what your community of interest is. So, you know, if you can.
Okay, so,
yeah.
well, I would say through the Palo Verde Valley then. I don't live in the Imperial Valley, and I wouldn't want to speak for those people. I do believe that the eastern end of the Coachella Valley has very similar demographics and weather and all kinds of things as Imperial Valley, but Imperial Valley doesn't have the resort vacation community that the western end of the Coachella Valley has. So to answer your question, I'm sorry, I would say from Palm Springs to the Arizona border, please.
And with the southern border of the
southern
line?
border of Thermal. I think the Salton Sea would be our southern border. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I think Thermal runs along the Salton Sea. Thank you so much for asking.
That does it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will be going to a caller 2450, unique ID 035. Caller 2450, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. You are unmuted. Hello? Hi, I have a couple of brief instructions for you. Your speaker order number will be 39. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what areas you'd like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I'm in area AD 33.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, commissioners, I appreciate the time you are taking to address my testimony. My name is Mike Mayo, and I speak on behalf of our high desert communities. I've lived in the city of Hesperia for 17 years. Our neighborhoods are an interesting mix of primarily urban with a dash of rural residences. I'm an English teacher in the neighboring and larger city of Victorville. Many of my neighbors in Hesperia and parents of students I serve as a teacher in Victorville tend to have difficulties meeting the burdening financial obligations of rent, housing prices, general commodities, and healthcare costs. As thriving economies rely heavily upon our working classes getting easy access to health benefits and consistently reliable living wages, many from the high desert cities, Adelanto, Apple Valley, Barstow, Hesperia, Phelan, and Victorville, choose to commute down the hill to Fontana, Rancho Cucamonga, San Bernardino, and Los Angeles. Not only are many of the higher paying occupations more accessible south of our high desert region, it is also true that our closest university is California State University, forcing our citizens to commute for higher education needs. And this in turn exacerbates an already strained relationship between good, high-paying careers in our high desert and the populace that lives here. Furthermore, these communities of the high desert share a concern for ongoing water in our aquifer. And we know that without consistent recharging of the aquifer, especially with relentless droughts, our high desert communities will cease to exist. Therefore, I argue that the Commission keep the high desert communities together when redrawing districts because they share some of the most impactful concerns for the future. Not only is our geographical location different from the cities south of us, but also our concerns of access to higher education, advanced career opportunities, and environmental impact of water accessibility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, unique ID code 031 has joined us, and you do have an appointment at this time. I will be promoting you now. (031), your speaker order number will be 40. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Sharon Geiser, and I live in the Pass area in Riverside County. I'm here to talk about the African American community in the cities of Beaumont, Banning, and Desert Hot Springs. We need to ensure that the African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Therefore, we ask that all three cities be included in the same assembly, state, and congressional districts. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of the African American community who share a common history, culture, and celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. These cities are also in one of the fastest growing areas in California. We share common concerns such as water rights, open spaces for recreation, wildlife preserves, urban development, and traffic congestion. Not including these cities in the same districts would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group. And I thank you for listening.
And thank you for calling.
Right now, we will have caller 0981, and up next will be caller 2608. Caller 0981, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Caller 0981, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be 41. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Congressional District 42.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Lori Stone. I'm a city councilwoman for the city of Marietta. The Marietta, Temecula, Menifee, Canyon Lake, Wildomar, Lake Elsinore, and French Valley region shares many assets and relationships that need to be kept together when considering redistricting. Our region shares tourism as an economic driver for the entire valley. With resources from Lake Elsinore to Diamond Valley to Temecula Valley wine country, it is essential that this be represented as one region. These 6 cities have created a working relationship with one another that is unique to our state. It's not a competition, but is an understanding of the strengths of each and all 6 pulling in the same direction. This would continue to grow with a single representation to see the overall vision. The communities have a rich history of agriculture and is still today considered the largest agriculture area in Riverside County. Today, the area continues to farm citrus, row crops, hosts a growing wine region, and is one of the strongest in the state of California. The transportation dynamics in Southwest Riverside County is a work in progress and has had a regional vision for the state for some time. It is very important that this is kept together to continue that work. Southwest Riverside County cities and unincorporated areas have been working collectively for over 5 years to grow our economy by creating and attracting growing job sectors and try to reverse the commute. The residents of our valley are highly educated and a large percentage of veteran active duty military. It's been a concerted effort to provide jobs for this region to reduce the amount of travel to San Diego or Orange County for employment. A single representative for the area would ensure that work continues successfully. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 2608, and up next in the queue will be caller 1272. Caller 2608, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time.
Hello?
Yes, you are unmuted. I have a couple of brief instructions. Your speaker order number will be number 42. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I'd like to address the community of interest in the city of Moreno Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
My community of interest stretches north of State Highway 60 from the east end, a very rural area, to a large populated urban area on the west end. State Highway 60 splits the city of Moreno Valley. Our shared interests are that we live in a city where residents are exposed to the worst air quality in the nation due to policy decisions by local, regional, and state bodies. The large area north of Highway 60 in Moreno Valley is the range area for the largest herd of wild burros near an urban area in the country. Another shared interest is that large plots of residential land south of us have been rezoned to business park industrial to allow nearly 100 mega warehouses to be built near freeways in our city, adding thousands of trucks to our already congested community of interest. The rural east end, both north and south of Highway 60, are primary animal keeping areas, and it was split 10 years ago due to local redistricting, which diluted the community of interest. Other rural and agricultural land has been rezoned by local general plans to further split the community of interest. Our desire is to have a beautiful, clean, and safe city, and this is what brings our community of interest together. Clean water and air, open spaces, and a safe city is important to our community. We would like our rural areas in the two canyons north of our city, Santa Tomeo Canyon and Reyche Canyon, which are also part of the range for the wild burros, and our animal keeping areas to be considered as part of our community of interest. As stated, we'd like to keep the primary animal keeping areas rejoined, consideration of the range area for wild burros aligned as a community of interest, and recognition of the health hazard our residents experience because they are exposed to bad air quality. Our community of interest speaks with one voice, and sometimes are the only voices at Planning Commission hearings, City Council hearings, County Supervisorial meetings, and air quality management hearings. I appreciate the Commission's time today. Thank you.
Caller, if you could stay with us for a moment.
Just a moment, Chair. Welcome back, caller.
I'm here.
The chair had some questions for you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
hello.
Yeah, you were mentioning the ranges, and I mean I'm familiar with the Badlands generally, but you're mentioning San Mateo Canyon and where else?
Reyche Canyon, which is north of the city of Moreno Valley.
Okay. Could you just walk us through again your boundaries, kind of north, south, east, west of what you're discussing with us?
Yes, so it would be north of Freeway 60. The wild burro range actually stretches throughout the northern area of the city of Riverside, the southern area of Loma Linda, Grand Terrace, southern Redlands, and also into the two canyon areas, as I mentioned, Reyche Canyon and Santa Tomeo Canyon. There are approximately 1,500 wild burros in this range area, and they are frequently seen in all of the communities in northern Moreno Valley, north of the Highway 60.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's enough for us. Thanks again for joining us and for giving us the clarification.
Thank you very much.
Right now we have caller 1272, and up next will be caller 4361. Caller 1272, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Caller 1272, you are unmuted. I have a couple of brief instructions. Your speaker order number will be number 43, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the member know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Great. I'll be speaking on the Moreno Valley area. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for taking my call. Can you hear me well?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm speaking about the Moreno Valley, Paris, San Jacinto, Hemet area. We need to ensure that the African American voice is heard in these particular areas. The population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of the community is separated by two assembly districts. That would be Assembly District 61 and 42. The city of Moreno Valley has the largest population of African Americans, and the city of Paris has the second largest population of African Americans. However, since the last redistricting process, our African Americans have been shifting to the cities of Hemet and San Jacinto. All four cities have been able to elect African Americans to local offices. Due to these changes, we are seeking the placement of the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto to be included in the same Assembly, Senate, and Congressional districts. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of the African American community, who share a common history, culture, celebrate the same cultural events, and you've heard it over and over again, Kwanzaa, Juneteenth, allow us to worship together in the same churches, shop in the same areas, utilize the same health communities. Not including Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto in the same districts would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation, of course, of our voting rights. However, equally as important to making sure these cities are included in the cities of Temecula, Lake Elsinore, and Riverside, who do not share our same values, culture, and issues of concern, would definitely be a violation. We should not be included with Temecula, Lake Elsinore, and Riverside. So please ensure that Hemet, San Jacinto, Moreno Valley, and Paris are all included together. I am here to talk about African American community in the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto in the Riverside County area. I thank you very much for hearing me out. Thank you.
And thank you for calling.
Right now we have caller with the last four 4361, and then up next we'll caller with the last four 7362. Caller 4361, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 4361, your speaker order number will be number 44. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm here to talk about the African American community in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana, with the easternmost border being the street of Del Rosa and the westernmost border being the 15 freeway.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Jewel Patterson. I work for Congregations Organized for Prophetic Engagement, or COPE. We service the Inland Empire, but we are housed, or our office is in San Bernardino City, San Bernardino County. We need to ensure that the African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of the community is separated by two assembly districts, Assembly District 47 and Assembly District 40. The cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana have the largest population of African Americans in San Bernardino County. All three cities have been able to elect African Americans to local office. Therefore, we ask that the census tracts with the largest African American population in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana be included in the same assembly, state, and congressional districts. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength in the Black community, who share the same history, culture, celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. Not including the entire city of San Bernardino, the majority of Rialto and Fontana in the same districts would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling.
Right now we will have caller 7362, and up next will be caller with the last four 0838. Caller 7362, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Again, caller with the last four 7362, if you could please press *6 on your telephone keypad. This will unmute you. And one last time, caller with the last four 7362. If you will please press *6 on your telephone keypad, this will unmute you. I apologize, caller 7362, for the... One moment. Margarita, I believe you are here.
Yes.
Could you please repeat the *6 instructions in Espanol, please?
Para la persona que está llamando con los últimos números de 7362, puede presionar el asterisco o la estrellita y luego el número 6 para quitar el silencio del micrófono, así va a poder hablar. De nuevo, presione el asterisco y el número 6 para que pueda prender su micrófono.
They're still not unmuting. So I'm going to have to go to the next caller at this time, but thank you so much.
Todavía no están quitando el silencio del micrófono, entonces vamos a seguir con la siguiente persona que está llamando por teléfono. Muchísimas gracias.
Up next will be caller 0838. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Caller 0838, you are unmuted. I have a couple of brief instructions. Your speaker order number will be number 45, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm calling in regards to the Coachella Valley, and specifically the greater Coachella Valley as defined by the boundaries of Mount San Jacinto to the south as far as Pinyon Pines, to the east as far as Blythe, and to the north to include the high desert communities of Joshua Tree, 29 Palms.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners and fellow Californians from across the state. My name is Karina Quintanilla, council member for District 1 in the city of Palm Desert. Thank you for allowing me to take the time and give input on my region, currently represented by Congressional District 36, Senate District 28, and 2 Assembly Districts 42 and 56. The Coachella Valley has been my home since 1984, and it is not just a grouping of cities, but a geographical area. And we are shared interests such as economic and environmental interests that need to continue to be lumped together or not separated by 2 Assembly Districts. The Salton Sea, although not in its entirety, should be kept in the district with the Coachella Valley because of the ecological impact that require representation to address. In September 2002, the LA Times described what is, in the direct quote, an epic stink that descended over much of Southern California. Direct quote. Before then, the air quality officials weren't even sure if it was scientifically possible for the stench of the annual fish die-off to reach over 150 miles. But now that they know that the smell is possible, they are aware of the microparticles and contaminants that do so as well. In order to serve the communities in the surrounding areas, I believe that the Salton Sea should be part of 2 separate districts, and the whole Coachella Valley should be included as one. Including the Coachella, the neighbors to the north, such as Joshua Tree, 29 Palms, Pioneer Town, and including our neighbors to the east, such as Desert Center and Blythe, allow the communities that are interconnected for commerce and employment. The area of the Morongo Valley are disproportionately impacted by the carbon footprint of the interstate travel, as those do that live along Interstate 10 and Highway 62. Pinyon Pines, sitting along Highway 74, is a southern access route to the Coachella Valley, and including Pinyon Pines ensures that we can allow safe access through this difficult terrain. These areas that are sparsely populated are rich in beautiful landscapes and natural attractions, and we need to be sure that we can help protect these regions instead of excluding them so that they can have access to quality healthcare and technology and allow tourism to thrive in those regions as well. As a Latina, I have always been aware of the clear distinction drawn between the East Valley and the West Valley, most prominently putting Palm Springs and Coachella as diametrically opposed, while neglecting to acknowledge the interdependence on economy, labor, agriculture, and tourism. Having 2 assembly districts from one area has allowed this narrative to thrive at the cost of services and representation. The us versus them has allowed NIMBYism, racism, and economic segregation to continue, and this has had a devastating impact on the ability to have affordable housing and address regional issues such as water quality. It is imperative to keep desert hot springs in the Coachella Valley, although some express about the concern about the African American voting bloc, but removing it would leave a very dire dwindle of population in the Coachella Valley. For the Coachella Valley to develop a seasonal tourism, we need to ensure one single assembly district to help us focus on regional issues together. Thank you for your time.
And thank you so much. Chair, we have a break in 2 minutes. And hopefully that'll give the mapper some time to get their map back up.
Right. Okay. So we will go ahead and start our break now. We will come back at 1:30 with lines open for those who are currently in the queue, those who may have had appointments earlier but missed them. We will also be open for general public comment. Those who are in the queue at 2 o'clock will be heard as long as it's before 7 o'clock. If it goes beyond 7 o'clock, we will have to organize a continuation of this meeting. But we are very happy with the level of participation, and we do want to hear from everyone possible. So let's go ahead and start our break and come back at 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back to today's California Citizens Redistricting Commission Communities of Interest Input meeting. This session is specifically dedicated to those that did not have an appointment. However, if you had an appointment and were unable to call in during your scheduled time block, we encourage you to call in now as well. In addition to continuing to take public input at this time, we will also invite general public comment. The phone line for both public input and general public comment will close at 2 p.m., but we will get to all the callers who were in the queue at that time, including going beyond 2 p.m. if needed. I would like the interpreter to interpret the following for anyone who might be calling in and needing an interpreter. If you will be using an interpreter today, please start by telling us the language you will be using and wait until you have heard the moderator's instructions interpreted.
Ok, buenas tardes a todos. Si ustedes van a usar a un intérprete hoy, por favor empiecen con decirnos el idioma que ustedes van a usar y por favor esperen a que escuche la interpretación de las instrucciones del moderador.
Please make sure to speak slowly and break up your testimony into 2 or 3 sentences at a time so our interpreter can interpret your testimony.
Por favor, asegúrese de hablar despacio y comunique su testimonio en 2 a 3 oraciones a la vez para que el intérprete o la intérprete pueda interpretar su testimonio.
If you will be using street names, please consider spelling them for us.
Si usted va a usar nombres de calles, por favor considere deletrearlos para nosotros, por favor.
And just to have this interpreted as well, we continue to take public input and also invite general public comment at this time.
Y también para interpretar lo siguiente, nosotros seguimos aceptando comentarios y aportaciones públicas, tanto como comentarios generales.
The phone line for both public input and public comment will close at 2 p.m.
La línea telefónica para ambos, las aportaciones públicas y para los comentarios públicos, van a cerrar a las 2 de la tarde.
But we intend to hear all those who are in the queue at 2 p.m. So we will remain here to listen beyond 2 p.m. if needed.
Pero tenemos el propósito de escuchar a todos los que ya estén en fila para las 2 de la tarde. Si es que es necesario, seguiremos después de las 2 de la tarde para escuchar a los que estuvieron en fila.
Gracias. And with that, I will pass this over to Katie, our comment moderator.
Y gracias. Con eso se lo voy a pasar a Katie, quien es la moderadora de los comentarios.
Thank you so much. Margarita, do you have the call-in instructions to cite translate?
Yes, I
You
do.
do have them? Okay, I didn't know if you ended up, okay. So I suppose you will be translating this as well, just going forward. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking community of interest input and public comment by phone at this time. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 867-9606-5784 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume.
Sorry, Katie, I have a short version of that, but I can go ahead and interpret.
Yes, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Para poder maximizar la participación del público en estas reuniones, estamos llevando a cabo esta reunión que se puede acceder a través del número del 877-853-5247. Para poder entrar a la Junta, tendrá que ingresar el número de identificación, que es el 867-9606-5784. Para poder participar, para poder entrar con el número de identificación que se le pedirá, lo único que va a necesitar presionar es el signo de los números. Si gusta participar en dar comentario, por favor, para ponerse en la fila, va a tener que presionar el asterisco y el número 9 para ponerse en la fila y dar su comentario. La moderadora será alertada acerca de que usted ha presionado esto. Se le mostrará una mano que se le alza en la función para informarle a ella. Una vez que sea su turno, la moderadora, le va a indicar que puede hablar y tendrá usted que presionar el asterisco o la estrellita y el número 6 para poder hablar. Usted no tiene que dar su nombre cuando hable, puede ser una participación anónima, pero cuando empiece a dar su comentario, por favor, baje el volumen del video para no oír el eco. Gracias.
Thank you so much. At this time, oh shoot, they're gone again. Okay, we'll be going to callers. Caller 4483 will be now, and up next in the queue will be caller 9665. Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. Sorry. I'm looking for, we had an appointment that got skipped over because of the map going down. I apologize. Caller 1222, unique ID 021 will be right now. Hi, 1222?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Paul Herrera.
Yes.
I'm a resident of Riverside.
Yes, one moment. Your speaker order number will be 46. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And then if you'll let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Right now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Paul Herrera. I'm a resident of Riverside. I'll be speaking about the Riverside City area. Can I continue?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much. In the last redrawing of the districts in Riverside, it was really helpful, I believe, that the city was kept together in congressional and Senate seats, more so than it had in the past. And respecting the city boundaries, I feel has given our city, which faces some unique challenges, being the county seat, being home of, federal courts, state courts, a larger population area, has helped us meet some of those challenges. We have our UCR, other colleges, and keeping the city whole to the extent possible is something that I hope will be a priority in the next redrawing of the district. Where it's not possible, because I recognize we are a large city and it's not always easy to do so, I hope we're able to keep the neighborhoods as defined by the wards in the city intact and not divide those further, so that the neighborhoods that have been identified as communities within the community of Riverside have an intact representation. I personally live in the Wood Streets area in Ward 1, and I feel that we have an ability to have a united voice with some, things that are maybe a little different than other identified communities within the city. But wherever possible, if the city can remain together, I think it would be a real benefit to our representation at the state and federal levels. So I appreciate the time, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
And thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Now, Margarita, I think going forward, because I knew that was an appointment. Where are you? There you are. And going forward, we'll do the translation process. Right now will be caller 4483. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute.
Ahora sigue la persona con los últimos números de 4483 que nos está llamando. Si por favor puede seguir las instrucciones para quitar el silencio del micrófono, por favor.
Hello, my name is Keith Willis, and I live
One
in...
moment, sir. Your speaker order number will be number 47, if you'll please make note of that, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Keith Willis, and I live in Moreno Valley in Riverside County. I'm here to talk about the African American community in the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto. We need to ensure that the African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of the community is separated by two assembly districts, Assembly District 61 and Assembly District 42. The city of Moreno Valley has the largest population of African Americans, and the city of Paris has the second largest population of African Americans. However, since the last redistricting process, our population is shifting to the cities of Hemet and San Jacinto. All four cities have been able to elect African Americans to local office. Due to these changes, we are seeking the placement of the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto be included in the same Assembly, Senate, and Congressional districts. And this will ensure the protection of the voting strength of African American community who share a common history and culture, who celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, who worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, and education. And we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. Not including Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto in the same district would dilute our ability to elect our representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. And equally important is that the cities not be included with the cities of Temecula, Lake Elsinore, and Riverside, which do not share the same values, culture, and issues of concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 9665, and up next will be caller 1310. Caller 9665, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Caller 9665, your speaker order number will be number 48. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
The San Jacinto Valley, Hemet and San Jacinto cities.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Mitzi Carver, C-A-R-V as in Victor, E-R, and I am partnering with the Nalejo Education Fund. I live in Hemet in Riverside County, and I've lived there for 30 years, and I'm a retired elementary school teacher. I'm here today to request that the Commission keep my community of interest together in one state assembly district. We currently have 3 different state assembly districts within the San Jacinto Valley, Districts 42, 67, and 71. And that prevents us from having one strong voice in advocating for our community's needs. By having only one representative district, our community needs can be more fairly addressed by our elected officials. The San Jacinto Valley is in western Riverside County in Southern California. It's about 1,000 square miles in total and is actually a basin surrounded by the San Jacinto Mountains on the northeast and by the Santa Ana and Elsinore Mountains on the southwest. The 2 largest cities in the valley are Hemet and San Jacinto, along with unincorporated areas in the Saboba Indian Reservation. The total population of the San Jacinto Valley is about 156,000. Dairy, agriculture, and city services and businesses form the economic base of our valley. To support the valley economy and lifestyle, our water needs are provided by 4 agencies: Eastern Municipal Water District, Lake Hemet Municipal Water District, the Hemet Water Department, and the San Jacinto Water Department. In addition, the Diamond Valley Lake in southern Hemet is a state-supported reservoir. The supply for water for these agencies comes from the San Jacinto River, the Colorado River, and the California Aqueduct. The current growth in the San Jacinto Valley is being planned for the western end of the valley, which includes plans for the Mid-County Parkway that will connect the California Highway 79 from Lamb Canyon to the Interstate 15 in Paris. The question for us becomes then, is there enough water to support all this planned growth? In conclusion, we hope to continue with one cohesive congressional district representative and to also attain one cohesive state assembly district representative for the San Jacinto Valley that can represent our community needs. This will give the citizens of the Valley a coordinated voice in planning for current situations and for future growth, especially by balancing growth and water supplies in the San Jacinto Valley. Thank you so much for listening to me today and for all you're doing. Thank you.
And thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 1310, and up next will be caller 2828. Caller 1310, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Caller 1310.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, I have a couple of brief instructions. Just real quick. Your speaker order number will be number 50. If you'll please make note of that, and if you'll just let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. I'm calling to discuss Highway 38 and 18. I am a resident of Fonskin in Big Bear, and I am calling today to ask that you please keep the cities along the 38 and 18 freeways to the Lucerne Valley to Apple Valley together. We belong together because we're rural and small town communities. We enjoy our open spaces and beautiful mountains that provides us with an outdoor lifestyle of camping, backpacking, hiking, dirt biking, off-roading, and mountain climbing, to name a few. This corridor is also known for its small town feel. Whether you're in Yucaipa or Lake Arrowhead, you can expect to experience a hometown feel with local-owned restaurants and shops. We know our neighbors and local watering hole owners by their first name. We enjoy the peace in off-season and are happy when tourists come into our town in the high seasons. With all this beauty, we all share the concerns around wildfires, earthquakes, and other natural disasters that occur in this region. It is for these reasons that I ask you to consider communities that wrap around the Highway 38/18 whole. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 2828, and up next will be caller 7852. Caller 2828, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Caller 2828, your speaker order number is going to be number 51. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, yes, thank you so much. I am calling about the general San Bernardino High Desert area. My name is Mary. I am a resident of the High Desert. I moved up here years ago in part because I wanted to get away from the more crowded areas in LA. But also because of the rural lifestyle it offers. I, enjoy riding in my off-highway vehicle, and I'm also affiliated with the local equestrian group. I'm calling because I like to see the commission keep the San Bernardino County High Desert communities together in one district. So this includes communities of Phelan, Pinion Hills, Oak Hills, Hesperia, Victorville, Adelanto, Apple Valley, Hallandale, Lucerne Valley, Barstow, Yermo, Newberry Springs, Baker, Johnson Valley, Yucca Valley, Joshua Tree, 29 Palms, and Needles. These high desert communities share many common interests and are generally more rural. We all have shared concerns over access to drinking water. Our economies also depend greatly on public lands and the effective management of them, whether it is for recreating in-off highway vehicles or tourists visiting national parks and forests. Also, many of our communities depend on or did depend on military installations and the jobs they create, which also means we have a large population of veterans with concerns about veteran issues. In the past, many of our rural communities were cut up and divided, and even today, some areas have representatives that overlook our communities and are barely ever seen because they're from Los Angeles County or somewhere else. That's why I would like to see the San Bernardino County High Desert kept together, because our rural communities should not be overlooked. If the commission needs to join us with others, I would ask you to include the other rural communities from San Bernardino County. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 7852, and up next will be caller 5756. Caller 7852, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Caller 7852. Hi, you are unmuted. I have a couple brief instructions. Your speaker order number is number 52, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Hi, I'd like to talk about Chino Hills. My name is Jerry Knox, and I'm a high school human geography.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
And I'm calling today to ask the commission to group Chino Hills with other Inland Empire communities, such as Chino and Ontario.
Excuse me, caller 7852. Are you there?
Chino Hills is currently grouped with LA and Orange counties.
I'm sorry, caller 7852. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Could you speak closer to the phone, please? And we're going to start your time again.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I will.
Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I'm in Chino Hills, and I'm talking about I'd like to have them in inland communities such as Chino and Ontario. Currently, Chino Hills is grouped with LA and Orange County in state and federal legislative districts. I believe that Chino Hills would benefit more by having the same representatives as Chino and other Inland Empire communities. Chino and Chino Hills share a school district, the fire district, and other amenities such as Chino Valley Chamber of Commerce. The population and housing developments in Chino Hills have also grown at a much faster rate than the other communities that they currently share state and federal districts with, such as Walnut, Diamond Bar, and North Orange County. The growth and expansion is much more in line with that of Chino, Ontario, Ontario Ranch, and Eastvale. The Orange County cities should stick together. The LA communities should be in the East San Gabriel Valley district, and Chino Hills should go with the Inland Empire. I would also like to advocate that Cal Poly Pomona and Mount San Antonio communities should belong in the same legislative district right now. Part of the Cal Poly campus is cut off from the dormitory portion of the main campus at the state senate and state legislative levels. That makes no sense, as campuses should be entirely in the same state and federal district. I hope the commission can fix this with redistricting. These two institutions should be grouped in a district with Walnut, Diamond Bar, and West Covina. My suggestion would be to have the eastern boundary of the newly formed district be the 71 freeway, and Chino Hills would be in another district with the cities of Chino, Ontario. Thank you very much for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Chair, would you like to make your announcement at this time?
Yes, I would. I was just looking at the clock. We want to once again invite anyone who is interested in providing input today to call in the next 5 minutes. If you are in the queue before 2 o'clock, we will stay late to hear you. If you are not in the queue by 2 o'clock, then we would invite you to join us for our next Communities of Interest input meeting focusing on Riverside and San Bernardino counties in late August. So if you would like to participate in today's meeting, please call in the next 5 minutes before we close the phone lines at 2 o'clock. Margarita, could we, well, I'll do. Para nuestros participantes hispanohablantes, por favor, si quieren participar el día de hoy, llámenos ahora porque vamos a cerrar las líneas a las 2. Los que estén en la fila a las 2, nosotros quedaremos aquí atentos para escucharlos. Para los que no están en la fila a las 2 en punto, nosotros les invitaríamos a que participen en la próxima reunión enfocada en Riverside y San Bernardino a finales de agosto.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 5756. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 5756, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 53. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I'm living in the Coachella Valley. And first I want to make the statement that gerrymandering is against the law. I live in a highly gerrymandered district. It was gerrymandered in order to guarantee a Hispanic seat, which it has enjoyed for years. So why there's brown water coming out of this lovely Hispanic woman who spoke earlier in her Hispanic district, which is my district, she probably should go down to the Hispanic seat and talk to him about it. But I have heard the most stunning demands for systemic racism come to your board that I have heard since the Farm Bill came out. It's against the law. It should be against the law. If you want to celebrate African Americans, Kwanzaa, Juneteenth across my street, and I can give your speech, by the way, by now, then fine. I'll enjoy it with you. But to ask to have these people on this board guarantee you block parties for Kwanzaa and Juneteenth and the Hispanic community to demand a Hispanic seat carve out for them is nothing short of systemic racism. I ask you, board, to do the right thing and do not gerrymander. It's against the law. Thanks.
Thank you.
Right now we have caller 9318. And up next will be caller 8650. Caller 9318, please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 9318, you are unmuted. I have a couple of brief instructions. Your speaker order number will be number 55. If you'll please, 54. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. My name's Jim Gallagher. I'm a retired aerospace HR specialist resident of the Chino Valley, specifically Chino Hills. I've been there for nearly 30 years in the western San Bernardino County area. I currently serve on the board of directors for the Chino Valley Chamber of Commerce. And we are currently represented in CD 39, AD 55, and SD 29. Our location on the map is within the 60 freeway to the north, 91 to the south, and the 57 to the west, and the 71 to the east. Our district doesn't entirely reach all those boundaries, but it's within that area. Now, I want to express my support, very similar to the caller earlier, for having our three mentioned districts grouped with other inland empire communities in the state and federal legislative districts who more closely mirror our community demographically, culturally, and economically. Chino Hills is currently grouped with the Eastern San Gabriel Valley and North Orange County communities separated by the 5760 confluence to the west. But we would really benefit more by having the same representatives as Chino and other Inland Empire communities like Ontario, Montclair, and Eastvale. A big anomaly, I've mentioned this before, is Chino and Chino Hills actually share a school district, but we are separated by assembly districts. We also share the fire district, which is separated, and the water district. So we are separated by congressional, assembly, and Senate, state Senate districts, and it doesn't make sense. Our population and housing developments have also grown at a much faster rate than many other communities. It's well known that the population is moving steadily eastward to Eastvale. We've grown about 13 to 15% since the 2010 census. We're up to about 85,000 now predicted for the 2020 census. And we're a very diverse community. We have roughly 50% white, 30% Asian, and 29% Latino in our last estimate, and we're sure to reflect more changes in the current census. We have many attractions. One of our biggest attractions is shopping. The shops in Chino Hills is very well known and does attract a lot of shoppers from the other Inland Empire communities. At one time, it used to be Brea and the Orange County communities, but we have come into our own economically. What we do see is the growth in Ontario, the Ontario airport area, as becoming a future economic powerhouse that will heavily influence Chino Hills, Chino, Ontario, and
30 seconds
Montclair. We do believe that our interests are better, more in line with those communities, Chino, Ontario, Montclair, and Eastvale, because we are uniquely San Bernardino County and a lot less Orange and Los Angeles County. So thank you for your time, and thank you for the hard work you're doing.
Thank you for calling in this afternoon.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 8650, and up next will be caller 9637. Caller 8650, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 on your telephone keypad. Caller 8650, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be 55, if you'll please make note of that. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. If you don't mind pulling up the corridor from Claremont to Altadena, the corridor of cities north of the I-210 freeway. So essentially my position is that we should keep this corridor of the North I-210 Angeles corridor whole. My name is Rebecca. I'm calling to ask that you keep this belt of communities in the same district. I've been a resident of Laverne for about 15 years. My horses have been stabled in Altadena for about 12 years. So as a hiker, I spend time exploring the trails near my home. And as a horse owner, I spend almost every day of the week driving from Laverne to Altadena on the 210 freeway, which impacts the hillsides of Laverne. Whatever impacts the hillsides of Laverne also impacts what happens in Altadena. One case in point was last year's Bobcat fire, how the North 210 corridor is one community. When the fires began, we were all carefully watching which way the wind was going to blow, because that would determine whether I'd have to evacuate myself first or my horses. Once we knew that the fires were heading more west, my barn mates and I met up to make a plan on how to address evaluating our horses if needed. But as a tight-knit community, we share information with each other and help each other in crisis. As we move into fire season right now, currently, I ask that you please keep our community whole. Together, we enjoy the hiking, the trail riding, the exploration of the Angeles Forest, and together we work to ensure that our animals and community members are safe during fire season. Thank you so much. That concludes my comments.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 9637, and up next will be caller 0781. Caller 9637, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 9637, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 56. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Donald Fleming. I'm with the Tuskegee Airmen of Inland Empire. I live in Moreno Valley in Riverside County. I'm here to talk about the African American community in the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto. We need to assure that the African American vote is a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of the community is separated by two assembly districts, Assembly District 61 and 42. The city of Moreno Valley has the largest population of African Americans, and the city of Paris has the second largest population of African Americans. However, since the last redistricting process, our population is shifting to the cities of Hemet and San Jacinto. All four cities have been able to elect African Americans to local office. Due to these changes, we are seeking the placement of the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto to be included in the same Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of the African American community who share a common history, culture, celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. Not including Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto in the same districts would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. However, equally as important is to make sure that these cities are not included with the cities of Temecula, Lake Elsinore, and Riverside, who do not share our same values, culture, and issues of concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 0781, and up next will be caller 1525. Caller 0781, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 0781, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 57. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Okay, the area I would like to focus would be the city of Paris.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, commissioners, thank you for providing me with the opportunity to testify today. My name is Janet Bernabe. I am with the LULAC 3190 and partnering with Naleo Education Fund. I have lived in the city of Paris for over 25 years and have a 14-year-old daughter that has been attending the Valverde Unified School District, as I have when I was attending the K-12 education. Our neighborhood is an urban area, a rural and work area, and I work as the organizing director for the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, also known as CCAJ, located in Jurupa Valley, which I oversee the community organizing in San Bernardino and Riverside County, such as the city of Paris. And to add on, CCAJ is also part of the Brown and Black Redistricting Alliance. But to go more further in depth into the city of Paris, the city is the 215 runs through the middle of our community, having Moreno Valley to the north and Hemet to the south, and to the east, San Jacinto. Our community is composed of over 80,000 residents, majority who are Latinos, followed by the African American community. Our residents tend to shop, dine, and seek entertainment in the city itself, which is Paris, and nearby cities such as the city of Moreno Valley and the city of Riverside. The people that live in my community have many things in common, from culture, traditions, and language, such as Spanish. When drawing the new districts, I would like the commission to keep in mind that my community of interest would like to stay together as it stands. The Assembly 61, Senate 31, Congressional District 41, as our community, and to add, our community is also in need to remain together to make sure that we fight against the environmental racism that the city of Paris is facing due to the influx of warehousing and diesel truck traffic that's impacting our health and our safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling.
Right now we have caller 1525, and up next will be caller 6500. Caller 1525, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 1525,
Hello.
Hi, I have a couple brief instructions for you. Your speaker order number will be number 58, if you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Carla Towns, and I live in the city of Rialto in San Bernardino County. I'm here to talk about the African American community in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana, with the easternmost border being the street of Del Rosa and the westernmost border being the 15th freeway. We need to ensure that the African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of the community is separated by two assembly districts, Assembly District 47 and Assembly District 40. The cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana has the largest population of African Americans in San Bernardino County. All three cities have been able to elect African Americans to local office. Therefore, we ask that the census tract with the largest African American population in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, Fontana to be included in the same Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of African American communities who share a common history of culture, celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. Not including the entire city of San Bernardino, the majority of Rialto and Fontana in the same districts would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling.
Right now we have a caller 6500, and up next will be caller 3130. Caller 6500, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 6500, you are unmuted. I have a couple of brief instructions. Your speaker order number will be 59, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioners. My name is Armando Carmona, and I'd like to speak about Mira Loma in Jurupa Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, my name is Armando Carmona. I'm a resident of Jurupa Valley here in Eastern Riverside. I've lived in this community for well over 30 years. My family built a home here, and I recently have got a home here, and I'm planning to continue living in this community. I live in the neighborhood of Miraloma, which is below the 60 freeway and west of the 15 freeway. So it's in that little corner area, and it's a community that historically rural and agrarian lifestyle that has a strong equestrian history and lifestyle and roots, and want to make sure that this community is able to stay together along with its neighboring counterparts of Glen Avon, of Rubidoux, and just this whole area that's a very strong and vibrant Latino community. It's a strong rural ranchero neighborhood as well. Growing up in this area, you see horses going down the street. You see horses going to the local neighborhood shop, and we want to make sure that folks that live in this area and that practice that type of lifestyle are able to maintain it. One of the big issues that we faced in this community is redlining and exclusion of Latinos from the political process and also from key services and resources. That's changed recently with greater representation and local incorporation, and it's slowly growing in this community. So just want to just emphasize the vibrancy of my community of Miraloma and the growing nature and the importance of it. So just thank you so much for your time. And yeah, that's it on my end.
Thank you for calling.
Right now we have caller 3130, and up next will be caller 3952. Caller 3130, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 3130, you are unmuted. I have a couple of brief instructions. Your speaker order number will be number 60, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am calling from the Coachella Valley. Hello, Commission members, and thank you for taking input on this very important issue. I am Jan Clement. My husband and I began coming to the Coachella Valley for the first time in 2000. We were brought here by the big pro tennis tournament starting in its new big stadium in the year 2000. We ended up moving permanently to Palm Desert in 2010. We've really loved our community and our broader valley ever since. Both of us have engaged in volunteer positions which are abundant in this very active valley. We both felt and still feel that our community extends well beyond Palm Desert's borders. I recently found out that the unity we have always felt between our communities has been solidified for many years now in a practical governmental structure called the Coachella Valley Association of Governments. This is an organization where the issues of public safety, infrastructure, homelessness, conservation and environmental issues, energy needs, and other current challenges and solutions are discussed and remedied as a united stewardship of this great, beautiful Coachella Valley. The current district map divides our country in such our county in such a way as to separate us. This is unproductive and fosters disunity in an already expansive desert section of Riverside County. So I'm asking you to please consider in your remapping process that all of our Coachella Valley cities from the western Palm Springs and across to the eastern valley cities of Coachella, Mecca, and Thermal will be included in one contiguous district and would also include the Palo Verde Valley. Again, thank you for your time and thank you for all the work you're doing on this really important issue.
Thank you for calling and joining us this afternoon.
Right now we have caller 3952, and up next we have caller 5598. Caller 3952, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. Caller 3952, you are unmuted. I have a couple of brief instructions. Your speaker order number will be 61. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
San Bernardino County. My name is Pastor Samuel Casey, and I live in the city of Fontana in San Bernardino County. To this august body, thank you so much for this opportunity to participate. And to our dear sister earlier who spoke against this process, we want to invite her in the spirit of Kwanzaa into what we call Umoja, where she's experiencing the unity in our community as we as African Americans in the community in San Bernardino County, cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana, with the eastern border being the Street of Del Rosa and the westernmost border being the 15 freeway. We need to ensure that the African American voices as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of the community is separated by 2 assembly districts, the 47th and the 40th. The cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana has the largest population of African Americans in San Bernardino County. These 3 cities have been able to really elect African Americans to local office, and we want to continue to protect that. Therefore, we ask this important body to ask that the census tracts within this largest African American population in the county of San Bernardino and the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana be included in the same assembly, Senate, and congressional district. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of the African American community, where we share a common history and culture and invite others to celebrate with us as well. The rich culture that we celebrate as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth. We worship together in the same churches, and with many of those who celebrate our cultural celebrations. This community is deeply concerned, specifically because of the comments that were made earlier, which stands to reason that issues of not systematic racism, but institutional racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues that have already been stated. Not including the entire city of San Bernardino, the majority of Rialto and Fontana in the same district will dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which will be a violation of the Voting Rights Act that has protected us down through the years. And we pray that you will be led and moved to protect the rights of one of the most vulnerable populations within this region. We thank you, and God bless.
And thank you for calling and sharing that with us today.
Right now we have caller 5598, and up next will be caller 0706. Caller 5598, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 5598, your speaker order number will be number 62. If you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Faraz Rizvi, and I'm calling for the city of Corona. I'm also with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, and we are here with the Black and Brown Alliance. I've lived in the city of Corona for about 12 years, went to middle school and high school here. The border of which is on the 91 Green River Road down towards McKinley. Our community is hemmed in by the 91 freeway and the 15 down that corridor. And I really think that, our community is a very diverse community with a huge population of Latinos, Muslims, South Asians, and just a very diverse community. And I believe it's really imperative that when we're considering these communities of interest, we look at demographic makeup as well as the cultural and shared influences that the community has. I went to college here as well at UC Riverside, which is outside of my community, but many of my peers did go as well. And I believe that when we're looking at the congressional districts, it's been said before that there's a lot of, when we look at the community, there's a much more in common with the cities of Paris and Meade,
which have similar cultural histories, linguistic histories. But when we look at the congressional district, we're actually down in that corridor of wine country, which I believe, well, in proximity to the city of Corona, doesn't have the same exact relationship to the organic community. And so I hope that when looking at the testimony of all the people here, we look at what organic communities exist within these districts and how we can fix them to be more representative for all the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we have caller 0706, and up next will be caller 8881. Caller 0706, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 0706, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 63. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss. The floor is yours.
Hi, I would like to discuss the high desert communities in San Bernardino County. And I thank you for taking my testimony today. My name is Jennifer. I was born and raised in the high desert, and I'm a current resident of Hesperia. And growing up, me and my brothers enjoyed riding dirt bikes all over the high desert, including outside of Yucca Valley and all over the Morongo Basin. I currently work in water. I have for the past 16 years, and I'm employed by a water agency and serve on the technical advisory committee for the Mojave Water Agency. The Mojave Water Agency is the water master for all of the local water agencies in the high desert, which means High Desert Water Agency in Yucca Valley, all the way to Phelan Pinyon Hills, and out to Victor Valley, Barstow, Yermo, and all of the other Mojave Desert communities. All of these communities have one water master. This is important because the high desert has unique public health needs, unlike other areas. We rely on groundwater and have to ensure it is properly cleaned and managed because harmful chemicals like arsenic and chromium-6 occur naturally here. We are also always in conservation mode, regardless of if there is a drought, because unlike the Coachella Valley, which has an aquifer that can provide 100 years of water, or Los Angeles, which has access to huge reservoirs and an aqueduct from Inyo and Mono counties, our groundwater can be overdrawn if we don't conserve and properly manage it. For the interest of public health, I would consider the high desert communities in San Bernardino County a community of interest and ask that you keep us together. I would also ask that you do not dilute our voices by cutting us up and drawing us in with more urban areas. In the past, a lot of our communities have been drawn into districts that are what we call down the hill, whether it is in the San Bernardino Valley or Los Angeles County or the Coachella Valley. And I don't think that is in our best interest. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 8881, and up next will be caller 7395. Caller 8881, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 8881, your speaker order number will be number 64. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm looking at the intersections in the Coachella Valley of Congressional District 36, from California Senate District 28, and Assembly Districts 42 and 56.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Edwin Ramoran, and I was born and raised and live and work in what is known as Sekhe, the indigenous land of the Agua Caliente tribe of the Cahuilla Indians, also known as Palm Springs in the Sonoran Desert. And my family's been based here since the 1960s. I attended Cielo Vista Elementary, Nellie Ann Kaufman Middle School in Cathedral City, and graduated the class of 1989 from Palm Springs High School. I'm proud to have also received a bachelor's degree from the University of California, Riverside. My family is largely in Palm Springs as Minority Majority District 1 in the Coachella Valley of Riverside County. I currently serve as a Human Rights Commissioner of the City of Palm Springs, but I'm making public comment today here as a home health care provider, independent food deliverer, and an organizer with Bayanihan Desert, which works on Philippine X community engagement. Also involved with the Black and Brown Redistricting Alliance. Bayanihan Desert has been involved in working on civic engagement with local municipal representation, voting rights, districting, elections, health and food insecurity, housing, poverty, anti-racism, and cultural programming. We were involved in helping shape Palm Springs District 1, which brought together the two historic African-American neighborhoods and large neighborhoods of Latinx and Filipinx residents. We have been involved with local organizations like the National Alliance of Filipino Americans and the oldest organization of the Filipino American Association of the Coachella Valley, plus the National Ecumenical Forum on Filipino Concerns of the Inland Empire and the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance of the Inland Empire, as well as the Engaged Coachella Valley and Inland Equity Partnership on Housing, Poverty, and Equity, and a coalition working relationship with in Riverside and San Bernardino counties. So a shout out to the Chicano indigenous community for culturally conscious advocacy and action. We address racial inequality and police brutality. My mother and I live in the historic mixed working class neighborhood, Veterans Tract, which includes a unique Filipino enclave. We are a half block away from Cielo Vista, and we're walking distance to Demuth Park and Mesquite Avenue and the Dinosaur Mid-Valley Parkway and major shopping at Ramon Road and Geometry, which is Highway 111, which connects south to East Palm Canyon and north to Interstate 10. My neighborhood has a main road on its west called El Cielo and connects to the Palm Springs International Airport, City Hall, and the campus of Desert Oasis Healthcare. Demuth Park is right next to the Palm Springs wastewater treatment plant, so we deal with bad air quality, and from there, combined with the salt and sea air, which is of major importance. As a Coachella Valley resident, we need to save the salt and sea. Our Filipino communities have been part of historic communities that came out in the early 20th century. I'm going to jump through, and I would love for us to look at how to creatively reunite families and communities that have been historically located in this area. From a personal perspective, it would be great to help consolidate the diverse Filipino communities separated by assembly districts, and the cover of Palm Springs in AD 42 to those east in Cathedral City and north Desert Hot Springs in AD 56. Thank you for taking this time. I'll forward my written comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 7395, and up next will be caller 7990. Caller 7395, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 7395. Yep. Your speaker order number will be number 65, if you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, this is Eric Lemus for Coachella Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, yes, my name is Eric Lemus. I am a community organizer by trade, but a highly civic engaged resident. Been living here in the Coachella Valley for over 30 years. I grew up here in the western part of the Coachella Valley, but I've also resided in the eastern part as well. Having to growing up here, I understand that we have a desert mountain culture, which encompasses really the surrounding areas, Desert Hot Springs, the higher desert, Yucca Valley, Joshua Tree, and up to the mountains, and even including Beaumont. Growing up here, I understand that we have a great, tourism for the arts and the different types of culture. We are a Coachella Valley that is diverse, but is majority Latino. I feel like the issues that we have concentrated within the Coachella Valley are unique in Southern California. We do have different districts, such as Assembly District, that represent here in the Coachella Valley, but also in the Inland Empire, Temecula Valley area. I strongly believe that our issues are very separate. We have very different issues as according to regions such as Temecula. I feel that by having conjoined, extended, Assembly District 42 all the way to Temecula, some of the issues that are unique to the Coachella Valley are never really heard. And which makes it very harder for, leaderships, positions of leadership to really get down to this very unique issues that we have. It's too broad of a assembly district to help just the Coachella Valley. And additionally, I think that one of the things that really just brings us together is the outdoors and just the outdoor lifestyles and desert mountain culture. I would highly recommend that we could consider the assembly district that represents. I think the congressional district does well. our other assembly district that we have here are represented as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for calling.
Right now we have caller 7990, and up next will be caller 5581. Caller 7990, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. 7990, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 66. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Congressional District 41.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ty Liddell. I am a parent, advocate, and educator. I live in Moreno Valley in the County of Riverside. I'm here to express the concerns of the African American community in the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto. We need to act and protect the African American voice as a minority population and ensure that it is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of the community is separated by two assembly districts, Assembly District 61 and Assembly District 42. The city of Moreno Valley has the largest population of African Americans, and the city of Paris has the second largest population of African Americans. However, since the last redistricting, the process, our population has shifted to cities of Hemet and San Jacinto. All four cities have been able to elect African Americans, some of which are the first to be elected to office in their locale. Due to these changes, we are seeking that the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto be included in the same Assembly, Senate, and Congressional districts. This will ensure the protection of the voice, common history, voting strength, and the rich culture of the African American community who celebrates common cultural events such as Juneteenth, Kwanzaa, and worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about the issues of structural and systemic racism, education, public safety, voting rights, and we share common health, economic, and educational concerns. Infant mortality, job security, access to high quality education, just to name a few. Please include Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto in the same district, and do not allow our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group to be diluted, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. Equally important, make sure that these cities are not included with the cities of Temecula, Lake Elsinore, and Riverside who do not share our same values, cultural, and issues of concern. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for calling today.
Right now we will have caller 5581, and up next will be caller 3969. Caller 5581, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 5581, your speaker order number is number 67. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm here to talk about the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Felicia Jones, and I am a staff member with Congregations Organized for Prophetic Engagement, also known as COPE. We are located and based in San Bernardino County, but also serve Riverside County. I'm here to talk about the African American communities in, again, the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana, with the eastern and most border being the street of Del Rosa and the westernmost border being the 15 freeway. We need to ensure that the African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of community is separated by two assembly districts, and that's District 47 and District 40. The cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana, these are also places where I parent a child in Rialto, and I also worship in Fontana. They have the largest populations of African Americans in San Bernardino County. All three cities have been able to elect African Americans to local office. Therefore, we ask that the census tracts with the largest African American populations in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana be included in the same assembly, senate, and congressional districts. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of the African American community who share a common history, culture, celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, and we worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about the issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and a host of other issues, including health concerns, many of which you've already heard. Not including the entire city of San Bernardino, the majority of Rialto and Fontana in the same district would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. Thank you so much for taking time to hear us. We appreciate that.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3969, and up next will be caller 7397. Caller 3969, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 3969, your speaker order number will be number 68. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you for taking my call. And I want you to know, ladies and gentlemen who are sitting listening, that I've been listening with you since 10 o'clock this morning, because having spent 17 years in San Bernardino County, where I still have family, and 23 years now in the Coachella Valley, I had a lot of interest in what was going to be said about both of these areas. And I have to say that one thing has come through loud and clear that we have been talking about in the Coachella Valley for a long time, and that is to keep contiguous cities that have things in common and common goals, objectives, communities, to keep them together and not to split them up in arbitrary fashions, which has happened here in the Coachella Valley. And I just want to say that everybody, with almost no exceptions, have been basically telling you the same thing in different ways, shapes, and forms, that there are communities that should be together in a single district or assembly district, senate district, congressional districts, that should all be together. And I think that's a very loud and clear message that's been coming across in these last several hours I've been listening. And I hope that you will, in fact, pay attention to that and find a way to keep contiguous cities together in districts that make sense. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck with a very challenging task ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 7397, and up next will be caller 0473. Caller 7397, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. One more time, caller with the last. Oh, there you are. Yes. You are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 69. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. I am calling about the Coachella Valley. I specifically live in La Quinta. Enjoy it. Enjoy my views. I enjoy my community. I'm in a non-gated, so I like kids, dogs, all the rest of that stuff that makes up a neighborhood. My concern here is, as I hear people talking, and I'm looking at what's available as far as maps and things of interest between our two districts of 56 and 42. And I wonder why that was our two different districts. We are all concerned about conservation of our water, our land. We all have the same tourism issues. We have a lot of part-time residents that come in here during the cooler weather. And so as I look at this, I wonder why we aren't going to be one district, one large district sharing all the same concerns. And that would be, in my opinion, all of the Coachella Valley and perhaps right to the Arizona border. There's really no reason, include Thermal and Mecca. Again, we are looking at all the same interests as this is going on, one contiguous line. And I would thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 0473, and up next will be caller 3907. Caller 0473, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. 0473, your speaker order number will be number 70, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. My name is Michaela Tyus, and I live in Ontario, which is located in San Bernardino County. I will be speaking on the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes. As I just stated, I am here to talk about the African American community in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana, with the easternmost border being the street of Del Rosa and the westernmost border being the 15 freeway. We need to ensure that African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of the community is separated by two assembly districts, which is District 47 and District 40. The cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana has the largest population of African Americans in San Bernardino County. All three cities have been able to elect African Americans to their local offices. Therefore, we ask that the census tracts with the largest African American population in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana be included in the same assembly state district. This will ensure the protection of the voting strengths of the African American community who share a common history, culture, celebrate the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, worship together in the same churches. This community is deeply concerned about issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. Not including the entire city of San Bernardino, the majority of Rialto and Fontana in the same district would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Right now we will have caller 3907, and then up next we will have caller 8547. Caller 3907, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. Your speaker order number will be number 71, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is LaDonna Quarles, and I live in the city of Hemet in Riverside County. I'm here to talk about the African American community in the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto. We need to ensure that African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Act rights. Currently, the center of community is separated by two assembly districts, Assembly District 61 and Assembly District 42. The city of Moreno Valley has the largest population of African Americans, and the city of Paris has the second largest population of African Americans. However, since the last redistricting process, our population is shifting to the cities of Hemet and San Jacinto. All four cities have been able to elect African Americans to local office. Due to this change, we are seeking the placement of the cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto to be included in the same assembly, Senate, and congressional districts. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of the African American community who share a common history, culture, celebrate in the same cultural events such as Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, worship together in same churches. The community is deeply concerned about issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. Not including Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, and San Jacinto in the same district would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be in violation of the Voting Rights Act. However, equally as important, it is to make sure that these cities are not included with the cities of Temecula, Lake Elsinore, and Riverside, who do not share our same values, cultures, and issues of concern. And thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you for giving us the chance to.
Thank you so much. As we have 2 hands left, we will be doing another announcement to raise hands at this time.
Katie?
Yes, in Spanish. They will be done in Spanish right now with Marguerite. Chair, is that what you were asking for?
Well, I also want to remind folks that we will be taking a break at 3 o'clock. That's a required break. It is going to be a bit longer of a break. We will be on break from 3 to 3:30, but I want to assure all those in the queue that we do want to hear from them. So we appreciate their patience. We will just need to be taking this break from 3 to 3:30, and we will be back and hear from those who are in the queue at that point.
I'm unclear as to what to do at this point, Chair.
You can proceed with the instructions in English and Spanish about raising hands, but I just wanted to communicate about the upcoming break.
Okay, thank you. At this time, those remaining in the call-in queue, if you wish to give comment, please press *9 to raise your hand.
Buenas tardes. En este momento, para las personas que siguen en la llamada, si gustan ponerse en la fila para dar comentario, por favor, presionen el asterisco y el número 9 para alzar la mano.
Thank you, Margarita. At this time, we will be going to caller 8547. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 8547, your speaker order number will be number 72. If you'll please mute your live stream audio at this time.
Hi, this is Yvette, and I'm calling from Moreno Valley. The cities of Moreno Valley, Paris, and Riverside are all very important to me. They're my surrounding cities. I've gone to school in all 3 cities, and over the years that I've lived here for 15 years, I've seen the Hispanic community grow tremendously. We've become a strong community, and anywhere I go, I feel comfortable knowing that these are the people I am surrounded by. It's important to keep this community strong and let everyone know that we all still stand together and united. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now will be caller 5008. Up next will be caller 5819. Caller 5008, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 5008, your speaker order number will be number 73. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know of what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lourdes. Yo vivo en la ciudad de Moreno Valley desde hace 15 años.
¿Me permite un momento? Perdón, señora, vamos a hacer la interpretación de manera consecutiva. Si puede hablar en 2 a 3 oraciones y luego interpretaré y luego puede seguir hablando. ¿Está bien?
Está bien.
Ok, ¿puede repetir, por favor?
Sí, me llamo Lourdes y vivo en la ciudad de Moreno Valley desde hace 15 años.
Hello, my name is Lourdes and I live in Moreno Valley it's been about 15 years.
Y he notado un aumento considerable en la población hispana.
And I've noticed a considerable increase in the Hispanic community.
Así como en la ciudad de Perris, en Riverside.
Just like in the city of Paris and Riverside.
Y han mejorado notablemente las comunidades. Y tenemos ahora muchas más cosas que hace 15 años.
And the communities have notably improved, and there are so many more things in the community compared to 15 years ago.
Y estamos cada vez más fuertes, nuestra comunidad hispana, y más servicios para nosotros y aquí en la ciudad de Moreno Valley, y me siento muy contenta de pertenecer a esta comunidad. Gracias.
And we're stronger, the Hispanic community is stronger, and there are more services for us here in the Moreno Valley city, and I'm happy to live here in this city. Thank you.
Gracias a usted. Katie, before we proceed, I just wanted to go ahead and repeat in Spanish what I said earlier. Para nuestros participantes hispanohablantes, quisiera avisarles que nosotros estamos obligados a tomar un intervalo de 30 minutos a partir de las 3, o sea, estaremos de vuelta a las 3:30 para escuchar a todos. No queremos que nadie quite la reunión, queremos que todos sigan con nosotros porque estaremos de vuelta después del intervalo para escuchar a todos. And Katie, we can go ahead and take one more call maybe two more calls before we break.
Caller 5819, please follow the prompts to unmute. Margarita.
A la persona que está llamando con el número 5819, por favor siga las indicaciones para activar su micrófono, que sería de presionar el asterisco y el número 6. Would you like me to repeat it?
I'm unsure. I don't know. Caller 5819, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
La persona que está llamando con el número 5819, si por favor puede seguir las indicaciones de activar su micrófono al presionar el asterisco y el número 6, o sea, la estrellita y el número 6.
We're going to have to go to the next caller at this time.
Vamos a ir a la siguiente persona en este momento.
Right now we'll be going to caller 7010. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute.
Vamos a seguir con la persona con el número 7010. Si puede seguir las indicaciones para activar su micrófono, por favor.
Caller 7010, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be 74. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Terrific. Thank you very much. My name is Evan Truby, and I am a 28-year resident of Palm Desert. I'd like to speak today about my community of interest, which is the Coachella Valley, from Palm Springs and Desert Hot Springs on the west all the way to the Colorado River.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. So I believe that the entire Coachella Valley, ranging from Palm Springs and Desert Hot Springs all the way to the Colorado River and then south to the Imperial County line, roughly, represents one community of interest and should be included in one legislative district. This area is bound by common geography, climate, and economy. All Coachella Valleys and local tribes already work together through the Coachella Valley Association of Governments to address local infrastructure, energy, homelessness, and conservation issues, just to name a few. We are also already bound by common school districts and health and recreation districts. I believe that these points are far more important than ethnic or socioeconomic considerations. By including the cities of Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, Rancho Mirage, Bermuda Dunes, Cathedral City, Palm Desert, Indian Wells, La Quinta, Indio, Coachella, those are the nine big ones in the Coachella Valley, as well as the unincorporated areas of Thermal, Mecca, and North Shore in one district, it would give us one voice to address common issues. It would also remove the cities in the San Gregorio Pass that are currently included in our legislative district, which have much less in common with the Coachella Valley than the areas that I mentioned to our southeast. In addition, by removing the non-contiguous cities of Bermuda Dunes, Cathedral City, and Desert Hot Springs from Assembly District 56 and putting them into District 42, you would help each district, the 42nd and the 56th, to speak with a more unified voice and streamlined representation for each assembly person from those districts. Thank you so much for your time, and I thank you for all the work that you're doing and time you're spending on this issue on our behalf. Appreciate it.
Thank you for calling in. As I mentioned, we will be going to a break now until 3:30. We do ask everyone who is in line to stay with us. We will come back to hear everything that you have to say at 3:30. Ahora vamos a un intervalo de 30 minutos. Les pedimos a los que están en la fila que se queden con nosotros. Nosotros estaremos de vuelta a las 3:30 para escuchar a todos.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to now finish hearing from our callers that are in the queue. If you are in need of an interpreter, please let our interpreter know, and we'll make sure that we're able to offer interpretation for you as well. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Katie so we can go back to our callers that are in the queue with hands raised. Katie?
Yes, Chair. Margarita, would you like to repeat that there is an interpreter available if they would like to request it?
Bienvenidos de regreso a todos. Si ustedes, vamos a terminar la fila de las personas que van a hablar. Si ustedes gustan hablar, por favor asegúrense de informar a la moderadora. Gracias.
Thank you. Right now we go to caller 0055. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Margarita, if you could repeat me after me. Caller 0055. If you would please press *6 to unmute your phone.
Para la persona con los números de 0055, si por favor puede seguir las indicaciones de activar su micrófono al presionar el asterisco y el número 6 de su teléfono, por favor.
At this time, we will go to the next caller. They will not be removed from the queue, so they will be able to raise their hand again if they can get their connection back better.
Vamos a seguir con la próxima persona que está en la fila. No van a perder su oportunidad de dar comentario. Una vez que funcione de nuevo su micrófono o su conexión, regresaremos con usted.
Thank you. Caller 5308, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 5308, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 74. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eddie Torres. I am an organizer with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice. This is a coalition of over 50 organizations that advocate on behalf of our immigrant communities. Collectively, they amount to over 200 residents in the Inland Empire. And today, I'm calling specifically on behalf of the High Desert immigrant communities. So that includes the communities of Victorville, Adelanto, Hesperia, and the unincorporated areas of the High Desert. This is one of our most vulnerable communities that are deeply concerned and affected by systemic racism, voting rights violations, labor exploitation, and environmental injustice. Please keep their concerns and their livelihood in mind when considering congressional and state districts. These communities deserve more equitable representation and a shared voice with similar interests of communities. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Right now, we have caller 2903. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 2903, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 75. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Brown, and I live in the city of San Bernardino, and that's in San Bernardino County. I'm here to talk about the African American community in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana, with the easternmost border being Del Rosa, and the western being the 15th Freeway. We need to ensure that the African American voice as a minority population is not weakened according to the Voting Rights Act. Currently, the center of the community is separated by two assembly districts, Assembly District 47 and Assembly District 40. The cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, Fontana, and Fontana have the largest population of African Americans in San Bernardino County. All three cities have been able to elect African Americans to local office. Therefore, we ask that the census tracts with the largest African American population in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, Fontana be included in the same Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts. This will ensure protection of the voting strength of the African American communities who share a common history, culture, and celebrate the same cultural activities and events. We worship together in the same churches. The community is deeply concerned about the issues of racism, public safety, voting rights, education, and we share the same health issues such as infant mortality, hypertension, and colon cancer. Not including the entire city of San Bernardino and the majority of Rialto and Fontana in the same districts would dilute our ability to elect our own representatives as a minority group, which would be a violation of the Voting Rights Act. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 6832. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 6832, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 76. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm calling from Palm Springs and discussing the Coachella Valley area all the way out to Blythe and down to like the Thermal Mecca area.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
As I mentioned, my name is Nikki Bell, and I'm a volunteer with Planned Parenthood Action Fund of the Pacific Southwest. I live in Palm Springs, and I moved here about a year ago from Georgia. Today, I'm requesting that the Commission review the boundaries of State Senate District 28, Assembly District 42, and Congressional District 36, with the goal of redrawing them to be more consistent with the communities that they serve. I believe my input is of interest to you because I'm a remote worker, and most of my days are spent shopping, dining, and accessing services in this community, specifically between Highway 111 and Interstate 10. In my free time, I'm also a volunteer for Kittyland in Desert Hot Springs. My partner works for a community-based regional health system serving Riverside County and San Bernardino County. Our housemate works for a community food distribution program based in Indio. These activities have connected me with my neighbors, and I want to help ensure that the representatives of the districts we're in reflect the interests and needs of the people here. My community members primarily live, work, and play in this same area. This is distinct from areas such as Temecula and the region further west of Hemet, because the majority of that population commutes into San Diego for a lot of these kinds of activities. So in conclusion, I'd like to see that region, specifically like west of Hemet, excluded from my district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 0057. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 0057, your speaker order number will be number 77. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Ariana and I would like to discuss the cities of Paris, Riverside, and Nova.
Caller 0057, if you could speak into your phone a little bit more.
Can you guys hear me?
Can you get closer to your phone, please? We're having trouble hearing you. 0057.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Speak loud and close to the phone, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Ariana and I am a resident of Paris where I have lived for more than 19 years. The cities of Paris, Moreno Valley, and Riverside share all sorts of similarities, including culture and diversity, but most importantly, the unity we have within our communities. On a day-to-day basis, we share the life struggles we encounter. When stepping out of Paris and going into the cities of Riverside and Moreno Valley, it's home away from home because of what the community within another share. I ask that the cities of Paris, Moreno Valley, and Riverside stay together. Thank you.
0057, are you finished?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Margarita, if you could please translate for me. At this time, those remaining in the call-in queue, if you wish to give comment, please press *9 to raise your hand.
En este momento, para los que permanecen en la lista de la llamada para la fila, si desean dar su comentario, por favor presionen el asterisco y el número 9 para poder alzar la mano. Es la estrellita y el número 9. Gracias.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 3966. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 3966, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 78. If you will please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, caller 3966, you are unmuted. Can you hear me? you just muted yourself again. Caller 3966, you are unmuted. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Noemi. I will speak upon Paris. I have lived here in Paris basically all my life. I arrived at the age of 4 and now I'm 19 years of age. So I've been living here for 15 years. Paris is an important city, not only for me, but my family as well. We arrived to Paris for the reason that it is a Hispanic community. It has made us felt a sense of comfort and safety, even though we were coming to a whole different country. By coming to Paris, it felt like we never left because we have the same culture, same traditions, and same foods. It makes it much easier being here with our resources because we are Hispanics and we need the Spanish language to communicate well. If we were to be combined with other cities like Temecula, it will create fear within the Latino community that is here because it would be overpowered by discrimination and racism. We ask to please not combine these districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 0055. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 0055, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 79, if you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Regina Patton-Stell, and I live in the city of Riverside in Riverside County. And I'm here to talk about the city of Riverside. But before I begin, I'd like to be transparent and share with you that I came to Riverside 45 years ago. Started as a teacher. I'm married now 42 years. I'm a grandma. I have 12 grandchildren. That's why I'm still volunteering. I'm serving actually as the president of the Riverside County NAACP. It's a lot of work. But 25 years plus the administration at Riverside County Office of Education prepared me for my job. But today I want to talk about the city of Riverside because I really understand the challenge before you. This county has changed. I'm here to talk about the city of Riverside because I realized I paused for a minute because sometimes there's a void and there's a no voice in Riverside, particularly for the African Americans. We have partnered with all kinds of groups, especially now in this COVID battle. I'm working on teams with UCR, the county health department, but I really want to talk to you about not separating Riverside from a community of interest that I have 3 generations of interest in, and that is the African American family. It is true that we have a large family-based community of interest with African Americans that now goes to Moreno Valley, Paris, Hemet, San Jacinto, and I say that because I have 3 adult children that have all married and have to move outside the city of Riverside. Several months have passed. I've been really heavily involved with Riverside, trying to look at our anti-racist policies. But I really want you to think about, if you want to hear a voice, you have to create a space. We have minority groups in Riverside, many, many, many that we partner with. But do we have a voice? Do we have a voice in the congressional areas, in the Senate Assembly areas? We ask you to look and have an entire city of Riverside, remain a unique place of culture and history for a small, perhaps, number of people that share a common interest. We ask that you take consideration of things that we're facing today. A lot of complaints, public safety, housing, racism, you name it, we're dealing with it. We need our voice. We need a collective voice. We need representation, state and national level. I ask you to keep Riverside as a whole when you think of the community of interest of African Americans. I'm here to serve, and you are too. Thank you for listening. We know the voices being heard.
30 seconds.
It's hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Margarita, if you could translate with me one last time. At this time, those remaining in the call-in queue, If you wish to give comment, please press star 9 to raise your hand.
En este momento, para los que permanecen en la llamada, si ustedes desean dar algún comentario, por favor presionen el asterisco y el número 9, o sea, la estrellita y el número 9 para poder alzar la mano.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Caller 1530. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. Marguerite, well, me try it in Spanish. Caller 1, oh, you know what I said.
Para la persona que está llamando con el número 1530, por favor siga las indicaciones y presione la estrellita o el asterisco y el número 6 para activar su micrófono.
Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon. My name.
Your speaker order number will be number 79, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you'd like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alejandra. I've been living in Paris for more than 10 years. Graduating school from here, I've seen the increase and the big impact that the Latino community has done. Moreno Valley, Hemet, Riverside, San Jacinto are very important communities to all of us. We ask that you please keep them all in the same district. Thank you.
Caller 1530. Oh, are you still there? Yes, you are still there. Your speaker order number will be 80. I apologize. If you'll please make note of that. And it looks like we still have 2 callers. If you wish to give comment, please press star 9 at this time. One last time. If you wish to give comment, please press star 9 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand.
Would you like me to interpret?
Yes, please.
Okay. Para las 2 personas que quedan, si gustan dar comentario, por favor opriman o presionen la estrellita o el asterisco y el número 9 para alzar la mano. De nuevo, el asterisco y el número 9 para levantar la mano. Gracias.
Well, we're waiting to see if these callers want to raise their hand. I'd like to take a moment to remind our listeners on ways to get involved. You can visit our website or social media at wedrawthelines.org. Again, you can visit our website at wedrawthelines.org. You can also sign up for our emails to learn about commission meetings, updates, and announcements. Please connect with us on our social media. We're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube at WeDrawTheLinesCA. Our handle again is at WeDrawTheLinesCA. Other ways to participate and provide public input is you can participate in one of our COI public input meetings that are taking place throughout the rest of the summer. Visit WeDrawTheLinesCA.org for more information on dates and times. Communities of Interest mapping tool is available for you to also draw your community and submit at drawmycacommunity.org. Again, that's drawmycacommunity.org. The online Community of Interest tool is available in English, Spanish, Simplified Chinese, Traditional Chinese, Vietnamese, Tagalog, Korean, Armenian, Farsi, Arabic, Russian, Japanese, Punjabi, Khmer, Hmong, and Thai. Tutorials are also available in those languages. And on our website, www.wedrawthelineca.org, you can go there and click on Draw My CA Community icon, which will also take you to the tool. You can also communicate with us via email at votersfirstact@crc.ca.gov. That's votersfirstact@crc.ca.gov. And finally, if you want to drop us something in the mail, you can send that to California Citizens Redistricting Commission at 721 Capitol Mall, Suite 260, Sacramento, California, 95814. Again, that's California Citizens Redistricting Commission, 721 Capitol Mall, Suite 260, Sacramento, California, 95814. So I noticed that the callers have not raised their hand to give comment at this time. So I'm going to move to adjourn the meeting. First, I want to thank you for joining our Community of Interest meeting today. We have two upcoming Community of Interest public input meetings. The first is on Wednesday, August 4th at 4 p.m. The focus of that meeting will be on Fresno, Kern, Kings, Madera, Merced, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Tulare counties and their surrounding areas. The August 4th meeting will have both Spanish and Punjabi listening lines and available interpretation. The next COI meeting or Community of Interest meeting following that one is on Monday, August 9th, focused on Butte. I thought I was going to mess this one up. Colusa, Glen, Lassen, Modoc, Plumas, Shasta, Siskiyou? No, help me out. What was that?
Siskiyou.
Commissioner Toledo?
Siskiyou.
Siskiyou. And Tahoma counties and their surrounding areas. That again is going to be on August 9th. The meeting will have Spanish listening line and available interpretation. Our next business meeting is this coming Thursday, August 5th at 10 a.m. Callers at the Community of Interest meetings are not limited to specifically to the mentioned counties. You can visit the meetings page at our website to see a list of additional upcoming COI input meetings. And again, our website is www.wedrawthelineca.org. Thank you everyone for calling in today. We got a lot of wonderful input. Thank you, commissioners, and meeting is adjourned.